House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. House and gallery, please rise for the invocation offered by Pastor Scott Wall from Capital Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. Today's word is actually technically 3 words. It's a reference. Philippians 2:3. Philippians 2:3. I'll read it to you. I would love for us to remember this verse. I'd love to etch it on our desk or put it over the wall. Listen to this. Let nothing be done through selfish ambition or conceit, but in lowliness of mind, let each esteem others better than himself. I'm going to repeat it. It's Philippians 2:3. You can go back and read it. Let nothing be done through selfish ambition or conceit, but in lowliness of mind, let each esteem others better than himself. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, please do help us to keep the principles of Philippians 2:3 ever in our mind. May we not act from selfish ambition or vain conceit, but in humility consider others as more important than ourselves. Help us to carry that posture in every conversation, every vote, every policy we shape. Let us esteem others, our neighbors, our colleagues, even those who oppose us, as more important than ourselves, not in word, but also in actions and in attitudes. But please give us the wisdom to know how to navigate the complexities of lawmaking process as we stand up for truth alongside embodying the principles of Philippians 2:3. And may Jesus, who laid aside his rights to serve, but not to be served, be our example. Help us to embody Philippians 2:3. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes Cole Hefner of Titus County to lead us to the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Members and guests in the gallery, please join me in the pledge to the greatest nation on earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now to the greatest state in the nation. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Representative Gervin Hawkins because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Bowers. Please excuse Mr. LaHood because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. McQueenie. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered.
You need somebody to take over? Can Harris take over briefly?
Mr. Diallo, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to reduce the writing in the journal the history lesson between Representative Kitchman and Leach on Senate Bill 24 that occurred yesterday.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there objection? The chair has none, so ordered. Mr. Lambert for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services to meet while the House is in session today at 4 p.m. in Room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence to meet while the House is in session today at 11:30 a.m. in Room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services will meet today at 4 p.m. in Room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence will meet today at 11:30 a.m. in Room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Jorge Duchesela from Weimar as Doctor of the Day. Members, please join me in welcoming the Doctor of the Day. Ms. Button for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development to meet while the House is in session today at 1 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider pending referral and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Ms. Button for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Natural Resources to meet while the House is in session today at 3 p.m. in room 3W.15 to consider pending referral and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development will meet today at 1 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Natural Resources will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, I move to suspend all necessary and unnecessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1086.
The chair, members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1086 by Dutton, commending the 6,888th Central Postal Directory Battalion for its contributions during World War II.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today I rise to honor an extraordinary group of women whose service, courage, and legacy have left an indelible mark on our nation's history. The members of the legendary 688th Central Postal Directory Battalion, also known as the 6888. They were formed during World War II. This unit was made possible by the 1941 legislation introduced by U.S. Representative Edith Norris Rogers, which led to the creation of the Women's Auxiliary Army Corps, later named the Women's Army Corps in 1943. After calls from African American organizations for inclusion in overseas service, the U.S. War Department authorized the deployment of a black WAC unit from this effort. The 688th was born, composed of 855 brave women, including 44 proud Texans. They were deployed in Europe in 1944. The 6888 became the only black, all-male WAC unit to serve overseas during the war. Their mission was monumental: to process a massive backlog of mail, millions of letters and packages destined for American troops, government workers, and Red Cross personnel across Europe. In Birmingham, England, the women were given 6 months to complete the task. Through tireless round-the-clock shifts, they did it in just 3. They repeated this feat in Rouen, France, again clearing the postal backlog in half the time allotted, living up to their motto, no mail, low morale. The 6888 did more than sort mail. They uplifted the spirits of American troops, kept families connected during wartime, and faced and overcome deep-rooted racism and sexism with dignity and determination. In 2022, their groundbreaking service was rightfully recognized with the Congressional Gold Medal, the highest civilian honor bestowed by the United States Congress. Their stories continues to inspire. In February 2025, the George W. Bush Presidential Center hosted a major event in their honor following the December 2024 Netflix release of the film 6888. These women opened the doors for future generations of women and service members of color, and they showed that patriotism, excellence, and resilience know no racial or gender boundaries. It is not just a duty, but a profound privilege to ensure their contributions are remembered, celebrated, and taught to future generations. Let us join together in commending the 688th Central Postal Directory Battalion for their unwavering service and for proving that even in the most difficult circumstances, courage and commitment can change history. And we have with us one of the daughters of the members of the 688th on the dais, and we also have several members in the South Gallery who were part of the Central Postal Directory Battalion. And members, today we honor them. And the honor, any honor we could pay them, is certainly not enough for the service they endured. And so I invite you to meet them. There's some of them on the dais, and I would love for you to go by and say hello to them and tell them that, hey, we got your back. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds.
I want to thank Chairman Dutton for bringing this important resolution today to honor these brave patriots that have served so valiantly for our country. And I also want to pay tribute to a great friend of mine, Dr. LaShondra Jones, who is on the dais. When I served on the Defense and Veterans Affairs Committee, she really brought to light so many of the challenges that female combat soldiers and veterans face. She really brought to life the need to help combat the level of suicide and depression and many of the challenges and disparities that exist for our female veterans. So I want to thank Dr. LaShondra Jones. I want to thank all of these amazing sheroes that have stood shoulder to shoulder and fought for the freedoms and liberties that we enjoy today. So thank you, ladies. Thank you, 6888. Thank you so much. We stand on your shoulders, and we will never forget the sacrifices that you have made for your country. So thank you. God bless you.
Members, I hope you'll join me in honoring and recognizing these brave heroes. Most of them went to fight for freedom overseas when they didn't have freedom at home. And so with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Dean Thompson moves to add all members' names. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and so ordered.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail. The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today to recognize Mr. Clayton Carver of San Antonio, a decorated U.S. Army veteran and steadfast advocate for our veterans and their families. Mr. Carver served in the infantry from 2001 to 2009, earning the Purple Heart, Bronze Star Commendation, and Combat Infantry Badge before retiring due to combat injuries. Since then, he has continued to serve, hosting a PBS series called Purple Heart Basin and supporting fellow veterans throughout outdoor healing. He now serves on the board of Headwaters for Heroes, providing therapeutic programs for wounded veterans, Gold Star families, and children of the fallen. For nearly 20 years, Mr. Carver has exemplified leadership, healing, and hope. Please join me in commending Clayton Carver for his extraordinary service to our community and to our country. Mr. Carver, thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear for a second recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise once again to recognize an incredible individual, Lieutenant Commander Shannon A. Jackson, who earlier this month retired after 28 years of distinguished service from the U.S. Navy. A leader in global health engagement and public service, Lieutenant Commander Jackson most recently served as Deputy Director of the Academic Support at Navy Medicine Training Support Command in Joint Base San Antonio, Fort Sam, where she played a critical role in strengthening Navy medical readiness and international partnerships, from training initiatives in Saudi Arabia to public health missions in Liberia, Senegal, and Bahrain. She is the recipient of the Meritorious Service Medal with Gold Star, among other honors, and her career stands as a model of excellence, service, and global impact. She also serves as the military liaison for my office, and I'm proud to have her on my team. Please join me in thanking Lieutenant Commander and congratulating her as well for her duty to our country and a great life going forward. Shannon, thank you so much, and God bless you, my friend. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas for recognition.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, members, I'd ask you to join me in welcoming my guest, Donna Dowse, today. We're here to honor our Resolution 680 that was passed earlier, and it honors Dr. Takora Ballum. And I'll just tell you a little bit about Dr. Ballum because she's been a contributor of Real Society to our overall society. And the resolution is that Rear Admiral United States Public Health Service Takora Ballum greatly benefited her fellow citizens over the course of a distinguished 30-year career as board-certified family and correctional medicine physician. Whereas born in Tyler and raised in Dallas, Dr. Ballum earned her bachelor's degree in chemistry from Bishop College and went on to graduate from the Texas College of Orthopathic Medicine, the University of North Texas Health Science Center in 1984. She later completed a Master of Public Health degree in nutrition at the University of Massachusetts Amherst and a second master's degree in health informatics healthcare analytics at the University of South Florida Mazzoni College of Medicine. Whereas Dr. Ballum has commissioned as an officer in the United States Public Health Service in 1985 at the Federal Correctional Institution in Fort Worth. Transitioning to private practice in 1990, she remained in the reserve while employed as medical director for Neighborhood Medical Clinic, and she returned to active duty in 2001 at the Federal Medical Center in Caldwell. And after serving as clinical director, she was named medical director for the Federal Bureau of Prisons South Central Region in 2006. And since her retirement in 2023, she's continued to teach as an adjunct assistant professor for Georgetown Washington University School of Medicine. Whereas over the years, Dr. Bellum has shared her expertise with many organizations, including the Tarrant County Medical Society's Public Health Advisory Committee, the Texas Orthopedic Medical Association Council on Minority Health Affairs. Among numerous accolades, she's received the 2014 United States Health Science Applied Public Service Physician of the Year Award, 2 USPHSC Outstanding Service Medals, the Federal Bureau of Prisons Distinguished Service Medal, and the Federal Bureau for Director Special Recognition Award. Dr. Bellum advanced the important mission of the U.S. Public Health Service through her leadership, skill, and commitment to excellence. She may indeed reflect with pride on a career well spent. Now, therefore, be resolved, the Texas House of Representatives of the 89th Texas Legislature hereby commend Rear Admiral, United States Public Health Service, retired Takora Ballum, for her contributions and to extend to her sincere best wishes for the future. And be it further resolved that this resolution, official copy of this resolution, be prepared for Dr. Ballum as her expression of high regard for the Texas House of Representatives. Members, I'd like for you to recognize and acknowledge the guest is Dr. Ballum and her husband, Mr. Adrian Ballum, and also joining her will be a familiar face to many of you, Dr. Jesse W. Jones, who was a member of the Texas Legislature here among us. So will you welcome them and salute Dr. Ballum for her services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be remiss if I did not have the opportunity to acknowledge my great friend, Dr. Jones, who I am proud to represent the district he represented when he served in the Texas House of Representatives. I just told him I'm really trying to build on his legacy. He had a rich legacy of really making changes and being very productive while he served in the Texas legislature. And I'm just honored to have him and his beautiful daughter here today. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to interrupt our regular scheduled program.
Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Land and Resource Management will meet today upon lunch recess at Desk 15 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I'm so excited to welcome some great friends from across the state for Texas Africa Chamber Day at the Texas State Capitol. The Texas Africa Chamber of Commerce is dedicated to building robust diplomatic and economic ties between Texas and Africa. In addition, it serves as a hub for members of the African diaspora in Texas, providing them with access to resources, opportunities, and networks that can help enhance entrepreneurial success. Where over the past 5 years, this chamber has hosted 8 African heads of state and more than 50 ministers, ambassadors in Texas. And it has organized multiple business delegations from the state of Africa. The group has also fostered key public-private partnerships and policy engagement efforts. The Texas Africa Chamber of Commerce has played an important role in increasing trade and investment opportunities between Texas and the African continent, and all those associated with the organization take pride in their contributions to the Lone Star State. In the gallery, I want you to recognize some amazing, outstanding members of the Chamber. We have the President, Mr. Paso Gami. Good to see you, sir. We have Risper Abraham, the Executive Director, Aquino Adoro, Medical Bridges. We have Francine, I'm going to butcher your name, so please apologize to me, Nabuku, and I'm going to get that right. I'm going to practice on that. Board Member Antoinette Patrick, Francois Realty, Safo Kabori, Life New Look Hospice. We also have 2 students, Pastor Jean. So I want you to know that these individuals have fostered significant economic opportunities. They're always looking for more opportunities to expand trade relations between Africa, continents, and the great state of Texas. This has fostered much economic development for small businesses across this state. So ladies and gentlemen, members, please welcome these amazing individuals visiting our Capitol today. They will be visiting some members' offices to look forward to talking about how they can continue to bring more trade opportunities. And then they're also looking to have trade missions that we can go from Texas to Africa to foster economic development between Texas and Africa. So thank you for being here. Welcome to your Capitol, and God bless you. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I wanted to take a moment to recognize Ella Pontier, a legislative intern in my office. After graduating with her master's in global policy from the LBJ School of Public Affairs at UT Austin last week, today will be her very last day at the Capitol. She's going to be going abroad to work on anti-corruption advocacy in Bosnia, and she's been an invaluable part of my Capitol office and excelled in what is her first, but certainly not her last legislative session. Ella is right up here. If everyone will please join me in recognizing her. And members, please join me in wishing Ella the best in all of her future endeavors. We are so proud of you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as we approach Sine Die, I rise to recognize the exceptional staff and interns who have made the 89th legislative session a success for House District 113. I'd like to proudly acknowledge our 3 outstanding interns, and if you will stand, Michelle Alele, Julian Petzold, and Amber Weatherton. Michelle graduated last week from the University of Texas at Dallas earlier this week and will begin law school in the fall. Amber, inspired by our work protecting domestic violence victims, will continue her service this summer as an intern with the Hays County District Attorney's Domestic Violence Unit. Julian will study abroad in Spain before returning to UT Austin in the fall to pursue his double major in international relations and global studies and the Plan 2 honors program. And I also want to recognize Kimberly Sawyer, who will continue with Team Bowers during the interim, serving House District 113 and preparing for next session. Mr. Speaker, public service begins with dedicated individuals like these who choose to engage in the legislative process, and their commitment to learning and service has been invaluable to our successful work this session. Thank you, Team Bowers. We could not have achieved what we did without you. Please give them a round of applause, y'all.
The chair recognizes Ms. Y. Davis of Dallas for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would like to take a moment to ask the members to join me in recognizing the outstanding staff I had for District 111, as well as their family members who are here to join them with this recognition. First, I'd ask to stand Mr. Benjamin Abel, who is a member of my legislative staff. Thank you for being here and the work you've done. Ilya Hicks is not up there because he just ran another errand for me to take someone back, but I think his family might be up if they would stand. And Joy Chancellor and her family is here. Joy, thank you for your service and commitment. Joy was busy taking care of land and resource management. Ilya was taking transportation, state affairs, and Benjamin helped with transportation. The office would not be the same without you. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, I move to suspend all necessary and unnecessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1099.
The following resolution, members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? Chair is on the motion is adopted. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1099 by Dutton, recognizing the members of the Cobb 6th Grade Campus Honor Society and Student Council on their occasion of their visit to the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's my absolute pleasure to stand before this body to recognize an outstanding group of students from Cobb Elementary School in my district. They're in the South Gallery, members. Let me ask you all to welcome them to their Texas house. They are in the gallery. We have 46 wonderful sixth grade students who represent their school with honor. All of the students present today are exceptional students and leaders, as they are members of the Cobb Honor Society and Student Council. Through their participation in these two organizations, these future leaders are developing skills necessary to become the next generation of great doctors, lawyers, teachers, and elected officials. And so help me and join me in welcoming the fantastic students from Cobb Elementary School in District 142. Welcome to your capital, and thank you for what you do. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage of House Resolution 1099.
Members,
Adoption.
question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection to adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, I move to suspend all necessary and unnecessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1243.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1243 by Dutton, commemorating the 100th anniversary of the appointment of the all-female Supreme Court of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the resolution.
Thank you, members. You might want to listen up. This is a historical, well, let me put it this way. You can learn some history from this. 100 years ago, there was the case of W.T. Johnson versus J.M. Darr.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The matter centered around 2 tracts of land in El Paso being claimed by trustees of the Woodsmen of the World, a powerful and well-connected fraternity. The case was appealed all the way to the Texas Supreme Court. However, all 3 sitting justices were members of the fraternity and thus disallowed from hearing the issue. State law required that the governor appoint special justices. This is when he discovered that all of the qualified candidates were members of the organization. Governor Neff, who had also appointed women to serve on other state boards, made the decision to appoint 3 experienced women lawyers to the state's highest court. These 3 women appointed to the special court were Associate Justice Ruth Virginia Brazel of Galveston, who was a real estate broker, Associate Justice Hattie Leah Hennenberg of Dallas, who was a free legal aid advocate, and Chief Justice Hortense Sparks Ward of Houston, who was the first woman to pass the Texas State Bar exam. This historic appointment received national attention as the first all-woman court in the nation. This moment in Texas history was amplified as a few weeks ago into the special court's term, the Texas inaugurated the first woman governor, Miriam Ferguson. And I ask your members to join me in celebrating and honoring the women on that court with House Resolution 1243. And I move adoption.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? The chair has none, and the resolution is adopted.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Place moves to add all members' names. Is there any objection? The chair has none. So ordered. Members, we're about to go on a calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. Members, starting today, all speeches are limited to 10 minutes and cannot be extended. The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 31 to designate the members included on the signature list submitted by the committee chair to the chief clerk as co-sponsors, and to remove Representative Leo Wilson as a co-sponsor. And to remove Representative Leo Wilson and Representative Swanson as a co-sponsor.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 31. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 31 by Hughes relating to exemptions to otherwise prohibited abortions based on a physician's reasonable medical judgment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, Senate Bill 31 is the Life of the Mother Act, which we passed yesterday. And I'd like to be very clear. For a medical exception to apply, a pregnant woman must have a life-threatening condition, period, full stop, that's it. That's what the Supreme Court said in the Zawadzki case, and that is what has always been in 170A.002B of the Health and Safety Code. This bill does not change that. Under this bill, we will be conforming the other abortion statutes so they all say the same thing. Now, all four abortion statutes will consistently state that for a termination to be considered, the pregnant woman must have a life-threatening physical condition. If there is no life-threatening condition, the exception does not apply. If after it is determined that a mom has a life-threatening physical condition, the physician may then consider termination if failure to do so could lead to death or a substantial impairment of a bodily function. There was discussion on future fertility. Loss of fertility alone does not invoke the exception because loss of fertility alone is not life-threatening. If, however, the mom has a life-threatening physical condition, the physician may then consider termination if failure to do so would constitute a substantial impairment of major bodily functions. Both the Texas Medical Board and the Supreme Court of Texas have already ruled that future fertility is a major bodily function. So, to recap, there has to be a medical emergency exception that the pregnant woman must have a life-threatening condition before the physician can even consider where a termination is appropriate. And I misspoke yesterday when I said it would result in more abortions. It will not. These abortions would occur, already would occur. Now this gives the physicians a clear understanding of when and when they cannot. So there will not be more infant deaths because of this. It will just save more mothers' lives than we have today. And honestly, there's no reason in the whole world, and this is pro-choice. I mean, it's not pro-choice, this is pro-life. There's no reason in the world that we should jeopardize a mother just to make her go into sepsis and then probably die. We need to leave this to the physicians, and we need to give them clarity so they're not afraid of going to jail for 99 years, losing their license, and getting fined. And with that, I would move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final. Anyone wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill?
I'm sorry?
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 31. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Members, I'll give you time to vote from your desks. Show Ms. Lawson voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye, Mr. Kane voting aye, Mr. Alders voting aye. Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted now? All right, here we go. There being 134 ayes, 4 nays, Senate Bill 31 passes finally. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 33. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 33 by Campbell relating to certain prohibited transactions and logistical support between a governmental entity and an abortion assistance entity or abortion provider for the procurement of an abortion or related services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill closes a perceived loophole to make our legislative intent very clear that tax dollars should not facilitate travel to another state for an abortion. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 33. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Ms. Hull, H-U-L-L, voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting nay. Have all members voted? All members voted. There being 87 ayes, 58 nays, Senate Bill 33 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 3. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 3 by Perry relating to the regulation of products derived from hemp, including consumable hemp products and hemp beverages and hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring occupational license and permits, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, and authorizing civil penalties and imposing taxes.
The chair recognizes Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 3 till 3 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1405. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1405 by Nichols relating to increasing access to and reducing taxation of Internet services.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1405 is our broadband cleanup bill that aligns state law with federal standards and provides franchise tax relief for broadband expansion. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1405. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 111 ayes, 31 nays, Senate Bill 1405 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1948. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1948 by Perry relating to the regulation of fire prevention standards for certain agricultural facilities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1948 protects our agricultural producers from an onerous federal mandate on requiring fire sprinklers. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1948. A record vote. This is a record vote. Clerk will read the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes, 35 nays, Senate Bill 1948 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 243. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 243 by Flores relating to the regulation of migrant labor housing facilities, changing the amount of a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the migrant farm worker housing bill from yesterday. In my haste, I didn't thank all the people I wanted to thank, so I want to thank Senator Flores. I want to thank Representative Romero for all his hard work, Representative Lujan for showing courage those 2 sessions ago, and of course, Chairman Hunter and Bell for the calendar kiss. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 243. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Show Mr. Bernal voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes, 29 nays, Senate Bill 243 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 20. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 20 by Flores relating to the creation of the criminal offense of possession or promotion of obscene visual material appearing to depict a child.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 20 until noon today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 217 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Simmons, Morales, Shaw.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Is Mr. Dutton on the floor of the House? Would anyone like to pretend to be Mr. Dutton? Or make a motion for him? Help a brother out. Hold up. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 217. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 217 by West relating to the establishing the historic Texas Freedmen Cemetery Designation Program, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lozano for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Representative Dutton, Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 217 until noon today.
Members, you've heard the motion and the way it was laid out. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 264. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 264 by Perry relating to the discontinuing group self-insurance coverage and the dissolving the Texas Self-Insurance Group Gratuity Fund and Trust Fund under the Texas Workers' Compensation Act.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is a simple bill cleanup bill by Senator Perry to eliminate the non-functional fund. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 264. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 264 finally passes. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for an important announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today in the Members' Lounge, we will have Gabe's Burgers for purchase.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Are those burgers for purchase?
While that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry, I believe they are for purchase.
Mr. Speaker, one last parliamentary,
State your
parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah.
Will there be chili dogs?
The chair is not advised. Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever for a motion.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 269 to designate the members included on the signature list submitted by the committee chair to the chief clerk as joint sponsors and co-sponsors.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 269. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 269 by Perry relating to required reports of certain vaccine-related or drug-related adverse events.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank.
Thank you, members. I know we had some look at some other amendments, but I just want to make sure before we do the final vote, I'll be quick of what this bill actually does. It is really pretty non-controversial, I believe. It requires physicians report any serious adverse reactions that are caused or potentially caused by either experimental, investigational, or emergency use authorized vaccines or drugs. So it's stuff that is not approved. We just want to have the information to know whether there are problems, and this is stuff that is not approved for use. So it is in an experimental stage. I think it's something obviously we need. If you want to follow the science, you actually need to have the data. This will help have better data. It goes all to the federal registries, and it's only enforced by the doctors themselves. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 269. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes, 37 nays, Senate Bill 269 finally passes. Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 650 to designate the following members: Thompson, Morales, Shaw, Plisa, Jolanda Jones.
Members, for the motion, is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays on third reading Senate Bill 650. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 650 by West relating to requiring the use of electronically readable information to verify a purchaser's age in a retail sale of alcoholic beverages.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 50 helps prevent underage alcohol sales by requiring retailers to verify age using electronically readable devices. It's a simple, common sense safeguard to protect our youth and support responsible retail practices. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 650. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes, 46 nays, Senate Bill 650 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading, Senate Bill 681. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 681 by Hughes relating to the term and renewal of an engineering or land surveying license or registration.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill that makes sure that engineers only have to renew their license every 2 years as a one. Cut government waste. Thank you all. Move past.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 681. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 681 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 528. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 528 by Shortner relating to inpatient competency restoration services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 528 will help increase coordination among local officials and agencies when it comes to inpatient competency restoration services, and I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 528. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 528 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading Senate Bill 502. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 502 by Perry relating to Peace Officers Commission by the Health and Human Services Commission Office of the Inspector General.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 502 until 1 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to the adoption of the motion? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 740. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 740 by Perry relating to certain proceedings by the Public Utility Commission of Texas regarding water or sewer service.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill provides a more flexible and structured framework and provides improvements for water and sewer utility services under the PUC. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 740. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. Aldous voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 740 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 916. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 916 by Zaffarini relating to the consumer protections against certain medical and health care billing by emergency medical service providers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill strengthens consumer protections, prohibits surprise billing by EMS providers. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 916. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 916 finally passes. Chair lays it on third reading Senate Bill 995. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 995 by Nichols relating to the approval of the surety bond of the contract authorizing an oversized or overweight vehicle to cross a road or highway.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I wanted to spend a little bit more time on this bill to make sure everybody understands what we're doing is cutting off a process to, if you get the surety bond approval, it goes through the comptroller's office, goes through the AG's office, and then to TxDOT, who doesn't work. This bill will cut government waste by going straight to TxDOT. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Ms. Slauson, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Representative, I was a no on this bill yesterday, but I think I misunderstood at the time. What you're actually doing is reducing government and making things more efficient.
That's right. If you want to cut government waste and help efficiency, this is the bill. If you want to drain the swamp, vote yes on Senate Bill 995.
I do want to do that. I'm a yes today. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Members, move passage.
Members, question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 995. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes, 13 nays, Senate Bill 995 finally passes. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2581. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2581 by Hancock relating to the repeal of a provision governing the operation of a jail's commissary in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 2581 repeals the section of the Government Code which created a population bracket preventing Tarrant and Dallas counties sheriffs from controlling the jail commissaries. I move final passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2581. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes, 16 nays, Senate Bill 2581 finally passes. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 3031. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 3031 by Huffman relating to the punishment of the offense of aggravated assault.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Mr. Speaker and members, thank you. Again, I want to thank Senator Huffman for getting this bill passed in the Senate. I want to thank the Castro family and Wilson family who were not only watching yesterday but watching today. This bill ensures that both of your children will always be remembered for making our roadways safer. I move passage.
Members, the question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 3031. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes, 39 nays, Senate Bill 3031 finally passes.
Please excuse Representatives Cook, Little, Louderback, Rodriguez Ramos, Smithy, Verdell, and Verdell to attend a meeting of the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence on a motion of Mr. Munoz. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 24. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 24 by Campbell relating to the inclusion of an understanding of the communist regimes and ideologies in the essential knowledge and skills for the social studies curriculum for certain public school students.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Senate Bill 24 that we discussed yesterday relating to us in Texas teaching our 4th through 12th grade students the truth about the horrors of communism. I so much appreciated our discussion yesterday. It was eye-opening, and certainly for me, I hope it was for you as well. I want to encourage you, members, to go back, if you haven't, and review the comments of Representative Kitzman from the back mic or read them in the journal. No one could have said it better than you, Representative Kitzman, and I thank you for that. I believe there's a member who wants to speak on the bill before I move passage.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plessa to speak for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today in support of Senate Bill 24. As many of you know, I'm the daughter of immigrants who fled the brutal communist regime of Nicolae Ceausescu. This bill is deeply personal to me. My parents escaped a world where speaking freely could cost you your job or your life.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
When my parents grew up, when the government killed a member of your family, they would send you the bill for the bullet. Where neighbors became informants, where church doors were shuttered, and where children were taught not to dream, but to comply. I remember being a little girl in the school district that Chairman Leach and I now represent, flipping through history books, trying to find a story, my story, any mention of a world where my family came from, what they sacrificed to be here, what life was like under the grip of communism, and page after page, I saw silence. This bill gives voice to those silences. It ensures that our students learn that communism is not just an idea on paper, it is a lived reality for millions. It is food lines. It is the secret police, or as my grandmother taught me, the Securitate. It was families torn apart, voices silenced, and cultures erased. By passing Senate Bill 24, we are giving students the tools to understand the difference between freedom and oppression. We are honoring those stories, like my parents' stories, maybe your parents' stories, who came to this country seeking the very liberties we fight for in this chamber. And we are giving children, like the one I once was, a chance to see their family's truth reflected in the history we teach. I envision this course teaching that out of the darkness of communism, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, countries like Romania, Estonia, the Czech Republic can establish democratic institutions, free and fair elections, and the respect for human rights, becoming some of the most democratic nations in this world. Romania's journey from communism to democracy has been marked by many significant milestones. The most recent, the elections that happened just this month, highlighted that country's democratic resilience. And members, if you don't know what just happened in the elections in Romania, I urge you to research it. That's what I see when I read this bill. My family's origin story, from red regimes to red, white, and blue dreams. Thank you, Chairman Leach, for carrying this important bill. And I hope my colleagues support us and vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does anyone else wish to speak on for or against Senate Bill 24? Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley for a motion.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 24 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Oliverson, Metcalf, Hefner, Kitzman, and as co-sponsors: Plessa, Buckley, Harris, Vo.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly move passage of Senate Bill 24.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 24. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Vo voting aye. Have all voted. There being 119 ayes, 13 nays, Senate Bill 24 is finally passed. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request that all dialogue on that Senate Bill 24 be reduced to writing, placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2570. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2570 by Flores relating to the legal justification for the use of force with a less lethal force weapon by a correctional facility guard or a peace officer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2570 creates a new legal justification for peace officers and correctional facility guards who use less lethal force in the course of their official duties, only if it is reasonably necessary and was in substantial compliance with their training. Move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2570. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 101 ayes, 35 nays, Senate Bill 2570 is finally passed. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1566 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1566 by Bettencourt relating to the connection of utilities by certain entities in certain subdivisions formerly located in a municipality's extraterritorial jurisdiction.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1566 until 3:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. It's Mr. Leach on the floor of the House. The chair lays out Senate Bill 552 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 552 by Huffman relating to the changing of the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, why don't you all whistle at the same time?
Speaker.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Yeah.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions on
No,
the
I
motion.
won't. Mr.
He
Speaker,
will
I
not.
move to
I've got a
postpone.
very important.
Yeah, sure. I will.
He yields for questions.
I've got a very important bill on calendars. I was wondering if you could help me get set.
No. The answer is no.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 552 until 10 a.m. Friday, May 23rd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is not eligible until noon today. And the bill after that, Senate Bill 646, is not eligible until 2 p.m. today. Is Ms. Hull on the floor of the House? Is Mr. Manuel on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5 to designate a joint sponsors and co-sponsors for SB 379, all joint authors and co-authors from HB 5243.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 379. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 379 by Middleton relating to prohibiting the purchase of sweetened soft drinks under the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Girdles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 379 addresses the use of Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as SNAP, and prohibits the use of SNAP funds for sweetened soft drinks. And, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Curtis.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis.
This is a clarifying amendment to make sure that diet soda is clearly covered in here. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a
Will
question?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Right now?
Yes.
Sure.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. I'm sorry, the amendment has just still not pulled up. There we go. Okay, thank you.
Well, that's a great question. Thank you. I move adoption.
Mr. Gertis sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair has none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Gertis to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 379. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson voting nay. We've all voted. There being 88 ayes, 47 nays, Senate Bill 379 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1171. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1171 by Perry relating to the compensation, leave, and physical fitness programs and standards for certain employees of the Office of Inspector General of Texas Juvenile Justice Department.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senator Perry and I have been working with TJJD to make sure the Office of Inspector General staff, the people who investigate some of the traumas happen in TJJD, get the appropriate compensation, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1171. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. There being 122 ayes, 14 nays, Senate Bill 1171 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1121. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1120 by Hinojosa
1121.
1121, thank you. SB 1121 by Nichols relating to accepting certain fiber optic cable projects from certain notice requirements for projects on state or local public land.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1121 is designed to support broadband expansion across Texas by eliminating unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Metcalf.
Amendment by Metcalf.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just clarifying amendment by, on page 2, line 25, striking fiber optic cables and substituting communication facilities. I move adoption.
Mr. Metcalf sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair has none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1121. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. They've all voted. There being 127 ayes, 12 nays, Senate Bill 1121 is passed to third readings. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1120. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1120 by Hinojosa relating to the rights of a victim, guardian of a victim, or close relative of a deceased victim in certain criminal cases involving family violence, sexual or assaultive offenses, stalking, or a violation of a protective order or condition of bond.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1121 until 1:30 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1120 until 1:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1061. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1061 by Parker relating to procedural requirements for uranium mining production area authorizations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this streamlines the uranium permitting process by removing redundant hearings for production areas already covered under a fully reviewed permit. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1061. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all voted. There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1061 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1036. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1036 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of a residential solar retail transactions, requiring an occupational registration, authorizing fees, providing civil and administrative penalties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1036 protects Texas consumers from deceptive residential solar sales practices by requiring solar retailers and salespeople to register with the state, provide clear disclosures, and follow strict conduct standards. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1036. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 100 ayes, 36 nays, Senate Bill 1036 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1019. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1019 by Huffman relating to the admissibility of certain hearsay statements and the adjudication of certain sexual or assaultive offenses committed against a child or a person with a disability.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a cleanup bill. This bill addresses the discrepancy in hearsay statement admissibility between criminal and juvenile proceedings by raising the age limit for an alleged victim to receive support from an outcry witness in juvenile cases from 12 or younger to 18 or younger, and clarifies the definition of a person with a disability across statutes. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1019. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1019 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 890. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 890 by Paxton relating to the issuance of a license to carry a handgun to certain active and retired judicial officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 90 just simply provides parity for statutory probate judges by adding them to the list of active and retired judges who are eligible to have a license to carry. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 890. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 100 ayes, 35 nays, Senate Bill 890 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 11. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 11 by Middleton relating to a period of prayer and the reading of the Bible or other religious text in public schools.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 11 restores local control and protects religious liberty by allowing public school boards and charter school governing bodies to adopt a policy by record vote that provides students and employees the opportunity to participate in a voluntary daily period of prayer and reading from the Bible or another religious text. Key provisions: participation is strictly voluntary and requires a signed consent form from the parent or guardian of the student or from the employee. The consent form includes a waiver of legal claims, including those under the Establishment Clause. These voluntary activities cannot occur over the school's PA system and cannot replace instructional time. The bill includes clear protections for students and employees who choose not to participate, including restrictions on being required to listen, watch, or even remain nearby. The Attorney General is directed to provide legal guidance, a model consent form, and legal defense for participating schools. And finally, the bill reaffirms students' existing rights to engage in voluntary non-disruptive religious expression during the school day. Members, SB 11 is about protecting the freedom of those who choose to pray, and just as importantly, protecting the rights of those who choose not to. It empowers local school boards to adopt this policy if they believe it reflects their community's values, while including strong safeguards to ensure that participation is voluntary and legally sound. Let me be clear. This bill reaffirms rights already upheld in federal courts, including the right to engage in voluntary, private religious expression during the school day. What SB 11 does is provide structure, protection, and clarity, not just for participants, but for school districts caught between community expectations and legal uncertainty. This bill is legally sound, narrowly tailored, and grounded in constitutional precedent. Members, this is a matter of religious liberty and local control with clear safeguards in place to protect everyone's rights.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for some
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Spiller. I was surprised to see the Attorney General mentioned in a bill about prayer in school. On page 3 of the bill, it says a school district can have the Attorney General provide legal advice, and it requires the Attorney General to provide that legal advice on how to implement school prayer, and the Attorney General can even design the program at a school district. My question is, what laws are we so worried public schools might violate when implementing this bill that we are preemptively getting the state's top law enforcement official involved?
I'm not really anticipating a problem, but I think it's important to know that schools and school districts and charter schools have the protection and support, knowing, because as serving on a school board in the past, knowing that someone has their back, not only to defend them, provide them guidance if they choose, which the guidance can come from the Attorney General's office or their own legal counsel in developing their policy for each particular district, but also to know that the state would back them in the event in the event necessary in the legal process.
I mean, I've worked on a lot of education bills in this body, and I rarely see us preemptively getting the top law enforcement official involved in a school program. Are you concerned that school districts may violate the Establishment Clause of the United States Constitution?
Not under this bill. No, I'm not. In fact, this bill was designed and drafted specifically to not be in conflict with the Establishment Clause and be primarily in line with the Kennedy versus Bremerton School District case.
Then why does your bill guarantee that the Texas Attorney General will defend schools and districts in court on the taxpayer's dime if they get sued for violating the Establishment Clause?
Because I think, here's a fair question, but I think what's going on is because of the Lemon test and the Lemon case that has been the law and been interpreted since 1971, is that there is a fear, and there's still the ghost of the Lemon test is still there. And so schools there's uncertainty, there has been in the past, about what they can do and what they can't do. And so I think that providing for this coverage and providing for this defense by the Attorney General is, I think that that's welcome to school districts, knowing that the state of Texas has their back in upholding current Texas law.
To participate in the period of prayer, parents have to sign a consent form, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm certainly for parental consent, but I want to make sure I'm reading this correctly. Parents have to waive their First Amendment rights under the Establishment Clause of our Constitution when they sign this consent form?
They waive any claims that they may have by allowing their child, or if it's a guardianship situation, to allow that child to participate in this program. So by doing so, they are waiving their rights and claims that they would have against the school. In other words, they are allowing them to participate, but they can withhold that or withdraw that at any time and the child not participate.
Why would the government ever encourage parents to waive their constitutional rights?
Well, I don't under my bill, the government's not encouraging them to do that. It is, but
Why
as
would the
part of this
governor? Why would the
program-
government ever give parents the option to waive their constitutional rights?
Well, we waive rights all the time. We waive rights in the courtroom. We waive rights in criminal cases. We waive them in civil cases. We waive them all the time. That's nothing new.
Are there any other instances where parents must waive constitutional rights to participate in a school activity?
I would argue that every time your child comes home with a note to go on a trip, and there are certain waivers that you sign with that to the school. Anytime, I mean, those things are commonly done to have a waiver of rights. Whether those be constitutional rights or not, I don't know. I've never looked at it from that perspective to study whether they might be constitutionally protected rights or not.
Why would you add a provision to your bill asking parents to give up their constitutional rights if you don't think your bill is unconstitutional?
Well, number one, it's not unconstitutional under federal law or under Texas law, and it's just that added protection for the school, knowing that they can provide this for their students and for staff that choose to participate without living in fear that they're going to be sued.
I want to switch to a separate part of your bill, Section 2, which I believe is actually the most important and consequential part of your bill. Am I correct that Section 2 of your bill amends Section 25 of the Education Code, which currently states that, quote, a person may not require, encourage, or coerce a student to engage in or refrain from such prayer or meditation during any school activity? Is that the current statute?
The current statute is yes, shall not require, encourage, or coerce.
And is it true that Section 2 of your bill would amend this language by removing the word encourage from that section of our law?
Correct.
So I'm trying to understand, why does the bill strike the word encourage from that section of law?
Well, because as I mentioned, the Lemon case and the Lemon test, and which is a three-pronged test. I don't want to get bogged down in legal jargon, but that has been in place for many years. And one of the components of that, one of those prongs of that three-pronged test, had to do with advancing religion, that the law must not have a primary effect of either advancing or inhibiting religion. So if and to the as the Lemon case has now been overturned, therefore that advancing portion is no longer applicable. And so this is just bringing the other statute, 25.901 of the Texas Education Code, in line with existing law. That's the only reason that's changed.
So, but this change to Texas law in Section 2, the change to a student's constitutional right to pray during any school activity, will apply to schools regardless of whether or not they adopt the period of prayer that's in Section 1 of your bill. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, that particular statute has been in place since 1995.
Right, 30 years.
And those rights are granted, but there was a limitation on those rights, and one of the three limitations had to do with the word advancing, or to encourage. And so to the extent encourage is in line with advancing in the Lemon test, which has now been repealed, it's inappropriate to have that in the statute anymore.
I understand, but what I'm saying is Section 1 applies to school districts that choose to adopt a period of prayer given all the restraints. Section 2 applies to all school districts across the state of Texas, not just those that choose.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Tallarico, for
Move
what
to
purpose?
extend the gentleman's time.
We are in the last 10 days of session, and there are no extensions.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 11 under House Rule 8, Section 1A1, on the grounds that the caption does not give reasonable notice of the bill's contents.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Think back to when you were in school and had a big test coming up. Did you say to yourself in your head, God, please help me with this test? Kids and students already have the ability to pray when they need to and when they want to and how they need and want to. Members, earlier this session, we passed a voucher bill, which, while I'm opposed to it, it opens up the possibility for families to send their kids to private religious schools. That is the place for prayer, not in our public schools. Members, this amendment would invalidate Senate Bill 11. Senate Bill 11 must not become law. It is blatantly unconstitutional. All Texans, including all Texas students, already have robust constitutional and statutory rights to pray, read scripture, and practice their faith. But the U.S. and Texas constitutions make clear that it is incumbent on individuals, not the government, to decide when, how, and whether to pray or exercise our faith. Authorizing public schools to take it upon themselves to organize time explicitly devoted to student and staff prayer and Bible readings, potentially even during the school day, contravenes our country's foundational principles and distracts from the educational mission of public schools in our state. The U.S. Constitution prohibits measures like SB 11 not because it is hostile to religion, but because, as the Supreme Court has long noted, the First Amendment rests upon the premise that both religion and government can best work to achieve their lofty aims if each is left free from the other within its respective sphere. From McCollum v. Board of Education of School District Number 71. Decisions about whether, when, or how to pray and read scripture should be left to parents, students themselves, and faith communities. Government officials have no business interfering with these deeply personal and constitutionally protected matters.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
would the gentlelady yield
Will the
for
lady
a
yield for
question?
questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin. Wouldn't you agree that something as personal, deeply personal as prayer should be shared with the family and perhaps pray at home before you go to school, pray in the evening when you're back from school, say grace over dinner and others? And don't you think there's enough already on the children, on the kids' plates at the school with all their subject matter that we really shouldn't be taking additional time off from the fundamentals of what really needs to be taught in schools?
Absolutely, and there's enough on the student's plate, but also enough on the teacher's plate for them to worry about what consequences it might have to require a time for prayer and Bible reading in their classrooms.
You're right. There's a lot of things happening in the classroom, and it would really, I think, take a lot of time to coordinate, trying to figure all that out in an already very busy day. You agree, correct?
I do. And like you said, that this is something that the family should be doing at home, maybe at Sunday school. I myself was a Sunday school teacher, and I completely agree with saying prayers and leading a faithful life, but that should be done in church and in home.
And I myself went to a Catholic school growing up, and we didn't really pray. We said the Pledge of Allegiance, and they left prayer to our church days, and I went to Sunday school in addition to already going to a Catholic school. So I just think I agree with you that, besides it being unconstitutional, I just think it's a better thing that families should do together and build stronger families.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
This is the lady yield for questions.
Will the lady yield for questions?
Sure.
The lady yields.
Representative Goodwin, I always look with some degree of puzzlement at amendments striking the enacting clause and wonder why not simply just vote against the bill?
Well, I will be doing that as well, but this was to make the point that this is an unconstitutional bill that we should not even be considering.
Representative Goodwin, do you think that our society is degrading or getting better?
Well, that's very subjective. I am a very optimistic person, and I always have hope for our society.
But what do you think today? Do you think that today our society is degrading or getting better? Just lay your optimism aside for a second. Do you think that our society could be improved?
Oh, our society could always be improved, but I think that we've come a long way.
I wasn't quite finished asking my question. Do you think our society could be improved by introducing our children in school to a text like the Bible?
You know, the problem with that is we are not all Christians here in the United States. I have a very good friend who is Hindu, and I think that this brings problems when we aren't all of the same religious faith.
Understood. That's why in the bill it says, or other religious text. And I'm sure that your friend could have their children read the Bhagavad Gita, or your friends could read the Quran during whatever this period is. But my question to you is, don't you think society would be improved by allowing our children to pray and read the Bible during a designated time in school?
I think that the place for that is at home and in your religious institution.
Why do you think that? Why isn't it in school? Why isn't it in the House of Representatives? Why isn't it wherever I want my children to do it?
Because a school is to teach our children how to read, how to do math, how to do all sorts of things, but not religion. That's why we have the separation of church and state, and I strongly believe in that.
I think you seized on it, but you and other members of your party have turned school into a place where they get mental health counseling, where they get career counseling, where there's all kinds of things beside reading and math. So my question to you is, if we can do mental health counseling, we can do gender counseling, we can do all types of medical treatments or medical checkups in school, why can't they read the Bible too?
Mental health counseling is completely optional, and it's up to an individual student has those needs. But if a classroom says there is now this moment of silence for prayer, let's pull out our Bibles, what have you, then now you've crossed the line.
Why do you want to represent the party that wants to block the Bible from school? What is the agenda? Help us understand, because I want to understand, and my colleagues want to understand too.
If they are reading the Bible in order to have a conversation about what it means in the Bible, that's completely different than saying, hey, students, let's all pull out our Bibles and do some Bible reading. Again, that belongs in the home and in the church.
Well, I would submit to you that it belongs a lot more places than those two places, and that's one of the reasons our society has turned into what it is today.
You know, it's the other day when Representative Noble was talking about the Ten Commandments, she said, you know, we need to teach our kids to show respect, to not lie, to keep their word, all these things. We can absolutely do that, but we don't have to have a symbol of Christianity in order to do that. We can have these sayings, we can, you know, if necessary, have a moment of silence, but it's not necessary for our school boards to take a position on whether or not to allow the time in the schools and then put pressure on teachers and students to believe a certain way.
But Representative Goodwin, we've tried it your way since the 1960s, and I don't think we've gotten anywhere good.
I see a lot of great outcomes. Look at all the people here representing all the people of the state of Texas. I'm very hopeful and optimistic, and I do not think our society is going downhill. We just don't share the same view.
Thank you for indulging my questions.
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Mr. Morgan, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions? The lady yields.
So, speaking a little bit on the same line as Representative Little, do you think that the morals in this country are getting better or getting worse?
It is not my place to judge.
Okay.
That is God's place to judge.
Okay, so in general, you think it's staying the same?
I just said it's not my place to judge. That is God's to judge.
Okay. So, and in this chamber, we say a prayer every day. Is that correct?
We do.
Right. So all we're saying is people should have the same options to do.
Ladies' time has expired.
Move adoption.
Please excuse Mr. Smithy to attend a graduation on a motion of Mr. Darby. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller in opposition to the amendment.
Members, I oppose this amendment, and I would be moving to table.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, with the gentleman yield.
The motion to table is withdrawn.
Yes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Spiller. Mr. Turner for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Spiller. Oh,
Sure.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
All right. Thank you, Representative Spiller. So I want to ask you a few questions about your underlying bills. Since we're talking about Ms. Goodwin's amendment to strike the enacting clause. Are you aware that Texas students already have an absolute right to individually, voluntarily, and silently pray or meditate in school in a manner that does not disrupt the instructional or other activities of the school? And that's from the Texas RFRA.
Yeah, I do recognize that I believe they have that right under the Constitution of the state of Texas, under the Constitution of the United States, and specifically under Chapter 25 of the Texas Education Code.
Okay. I agree with you. So we agree that they have that right today. So why is this bill necessary?
I think it's necessary because parents want their children to have the opportunity to come to school and pray outside of the class period. There's nothing in the existing law that says when they can do that. They can have a silent prayer, but this allows them to pray publicly with others, but to do it in a limited manner. And also, we keep forgetting about teachers and employees at the school. It's a very vital right for them as well. And so I think that this bill addresses that. You know, when we, and I heard what Representative Goodwin said, and I, you know, clearly in the Kennedy case, the court said both employees and students don't shed their rights to pray and their freedom of expression at the schoolhouse gate. And I think that's important here, is that they don't give up those rights, and they don't need to give up those rights, and Texas needs to adopt this so that they have that ability to come and do it in a way, but does not conflict with those that choose not to.
Well, let me ask you this. So part of the bill removes the word encourage from existing statute. So right now, statute says a person may not encourage or coerce a student to engage in or refrain from such prayer or meditation during any school activity. But your bill takes that word encourage out of statute. Why is that?
Well, I think it brings it in line with that Kennedy case, and also separates the ruling from the 1971 Lemon case. When you look at those standards, and I addressed before, one of those has to do with either prohibiting the advancing or inhibiting of any sort of religion. So to the extent the word encourage would be in conflict with that, that needs to be, to make it in line with existing federal law. Even under the Kennedy case, the state is not to require, the state is not to coerce. Those requirements are still in place and should be in place, but to the extent that a school would offer this and allow to adopt it, if they choose to allow to adopt it, and do so as not to be in conflict with existing law, to the extent that that could be considered encouraging, then the word encourage needed to be removed.
Well, so what would be an example of permissible encouragement under your bill then? And then what would be an example of permissible encouragement not to pray under the bill?
I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't really thought about it from that standpoint. I just know that the wording in the existing statute, in my view, needed to be modified so to bring it in line with the current Kennedy case, and also primarily away from what was the ruling and the cloud that's been over our state and our country under the Lemon test since 1971.
But a plain reading of the bill then would suggest that a teacher or administrator in a school is permitted to encourage a student to pray. Is that your intent?
If this is adopted, could that be? Yes, that could be that.
Okay.
I mean, certainly that's possible. That restriction would be removed. You know.
So the goal of the bill is to have school staff encourage students to participate in this
I
program.
didn't say that. And the focus of this is to allow those that wish. The primary focus of this bill is the first section as far as establishing the opportunity to come and to pray and read the Bible or read other religious texts and do that in a way that doesn't interfere with the rights of others. So I don't think that that's the primary focus here is to force or certainly not force, but encourage students to do that. But it's important of the bill that opportunity be provided by the school district to participate.
I have a lot of concerns about removing the encouragement protection in the existing statute, and I'll actually have an amendment on that later, unless, of course, we adopt Ms. Goodwin's amendment, which I'll be voting for. But let me move on from that. Let me ask you this. If a non-Christian student joins the prayer period, will the staff leading it, will they be required to recite or allow the student to recite a non-Christian prayer aloud or read text from a religious text other than the Bible?
Right, and this bill is broad enough to, number one, withstand constitutional scrutiny, in my view, but it's broad enough to where it allows for some things under, if we're going to be for free speech and free expression, we have to be able to tolerate sometimes people pray or they express differently than what we would. And this bill provides for that. And so this doesn't, for local school districts that want, they'll be required to have this election. And if they choose to do so, they can. But the way that they do it is wide open to them and within the parameters of this. It's very broad so that each school district can do what they think is appropriate. And that may be, they may have, every school is different. It's not a one-size-fits-all. And so it gives those local boards and the governing bodies of charter schools the ability to make those decisions themselves about how they want to structure that, so long as it complies with the statute.
Okay, so let me rephrase that question.
Okay.
If a prayer session and Bible study is taking place at a school and a Muslim student comes in to said prayer session, Bible study, and wants to read from the Quran, is that going to be okay?
It would. I would say, though, that more than likely, if that's going to happen, the school may have a separate room for those that wish to exercise prayer and reading of religious texts in of one faith in one room and one in another. But again, this bill doesn't dictate to local school districts how they set that up.
So, and I think we talked a little bit about this in the State Affairs Committee a few weeks ago on this bill. I mean, I represent school districts they're very diverse in every possible way, including diversity of religious beliefs. So we certainly have a lot of Christian students, we have a lot of Muslim students, we have some Jewish students, and we have other faiths represented: Hindu, Buddhism, others. So theoretically, a school is going to have to a school district A has to take an affirmative vote, yes or no, whether they want to adopt this, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so if they do adopt the provisions of this bill to implement in the school district, then potentially every school in a district is going to have to set up a time and a place for Christian prayer, for Muslim prayer, for Jewish prayer, for other faiths. And so you potentially have several, maybe even more than a dozen different prayer sessions, religious text reading sessions going on every day in the school week. Is that the impact of the bill?
When you say they have to, that's not what this bill says. They don't have to do anything other than take a vote. They don't
Well,
have to
if they
implement
do,
it. But if they choose to participate,
if the
then-
district chooses to participate,
then they can make those determinations locally. You know, when I was on the school board, we talked about local control, local control. This is the ultimate local control. School boards and governing bodies of charter schools will have the ability to determine what's best for their student body and best for their school.
and with respect to that issue about local control, one, I mean, this does, for those members who were here last session, remembering the counseling bill, similarly, that said school districts had to make a decision, yes or no, right? And this has basically the same provision.
Correct.
So, but the encourage part, that applies to everybody,
Gentleman's
does it
time has
not?
expired.
I renew my motion table.
Ms. Goodwin to close on the amendment.
I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for
The
a few
lady yield
questions?
for questions.
Yes.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Representative. Do you agree with me that this bill, at best, is a political statement and at worst is indoctrination in our public schools?
I would agree with you on that.
So you were asked earlier on your questions about why strike the enacting clause and not just vote against the bill. But I think when we know, because our colleagues across the aisle have told us many times that they're against indoctrination in our schools, so let's give them the benefit of the doubt that this bill is not indoctrination, but yet a political statement. I commend you, and I think you would agree, that strike the enacting clause enables them to play political games on the floor with a piece of legislation like this, but not harm our schools through indoctrinations, which they have told us over and over they oppose, because you can strike the enacting clause and they can still vote for this political statement. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree entirely.
Well, thank you for bringing this amendment. I think it's very helpful.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. Mr. Spiller moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Spiller voting aye. Show Ms. Goodwin voting nay. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. We've all voted. There being 88 ayes, 57 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Wiener to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I rise to offer an amendment that ensures SB 11 can withstand constitutional scrutiny and respects the religious freedom of all students and employees, whether they choose to pray or not. This amendment also protects something that most members of this body say is important to them: the rights of parents to direct their child's religious education. SB 11, as filed, creates a daily period for prayer and Bible reading in public schools. But as many of us know, and as courts have reminded states across the country for decades, when the government mandates religious expression, even with the best of intentions, we risk violating the First Amendment. So this amendment does not ban prayer. It doesn't ban the period of prayer in schools. It doesn't block students from reading religious texts. What it does is bring SB 11 into line with what the Constitution requires: voluntariness, neutrality, and protection from coercion. Members, this should not be controversial. We should not be coercing any student to pray. This amendment does not require any student or employee to participate, and it does not put teachers in the position of leading or facilitating prayer. It simply creates time and space where those who wish to pray or read the Bible or any other religious text can do so on equal footing. With this amendment on, this bill will not be about promoting one faith over another or about forcing religion into the school day. It'll be about protecting constitutional rights of those who want to pray and those who don't. Religious freedom means you have the right to express your beliefs, but it also means the government cannot compel you to participate in someone else's. So this amendment will make sure that this period of prayer is student-led, that students are not coerced by educators into participating in something they don't feel comfortable in, that parents aren't put in a situation where people they've entrusted their child with take their children down a different religious path than one they are comfortable with. Members, there's been a lot of conversation about constitutional precedent and different cases, but I want to be clear, the cases that are being talked about, Bremerton v. Kennedy, those are about individual private prayer. It's not about this group activity. What we're doing with this group activity is not constitutionally tested. We are going out on a limb. My amendment puts this legislation in a stronger constitutional space if, and well, I'll be frank, when it is challenged in the courts. So members, vote yes on this amendment. It respects families, it respects parents' rights, it respects the First Amendment, it respects students, and it protects schools from legal risk. I move adoption.
Mr. Spiller in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I oppose this amendment. I move to table. The reason is it partially undermines the entire purpose of this and ignores the rights of employees as well, and I move to table.
Mrs. Weiner to close.
Members, unfortunately, I think what Rep. Spiller just said about this amendment isn't accurate. This amendment allows employees to participate in student organized prayer within this period created by the bill. What it does is say that these prayer periods, when students participate, have to be student-led. And that's how this should be. Students should be the ones organizing other students. We should not be spending taxpayer dollars to ask educators to come lead prayer sessions in our public schools. And if educators want to participate in their personal time, that is wonderful, and they should be welcome to do that. But they should not be in this organized and potentially coercive situation, the ones leading student groups in prayer. So all my amendment does is ensure that these will be student-led, and it reduces the risk of this legislation being challenged and going down in the courts. So members, please vote no on the motion to table.
Ms. Weiner sends up an amendment. Mr. Spiller moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Spiller voting aye. Show Mrs. Weiner voting nay. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all voted. There being 86 ayes, 57 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, so this amendment would remove Section 2 of the bill, which all that would do is keep our current statute's prohibition on a teacher from encouraging a student to pray. So currently, and this has been the law in Texas for some time, currently teachers and other school staff cannot, quote, require, encourage, or coerce a student into praying or into not praying, okay? So with Mr. Spiller's bill, with the removal of the word encourage from the statute, teachers and other staff would be allowed to encourage or discourage students from engaging in their individual, voluntary, and silent prayer. And I would say that school employees encouraging or discouraging students from praying is clearly a violation of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. Our students are protected, as we all are, by the First Amendment in our deeply personal decisions, whether to pray, to not pray, to determine how we pray, whether that's during the school day or at any other time. So that's all this does. This simply preserves our long-standing statute in the state of Texas to have a strict prohibition on a school employee encouraging a student to pray. And I move adoption.
Mr. Spiller in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think we've already addressed this, and the reason that it was drafted that way back in '95 and why it's been the law under the lemon test, which has now been repealed, and why it's necessary for that one word to be taken out to be consistent with existing law and consistent with the rest of this bill. For that reason, I move the
Mr.
table.
Speaker,
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for
Yes,
a couple questions?
the gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Spiller.
Sure.
So Texas students already have an absolute right to individually, voluntarily, and silently pray or meditate in school. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now your bill is allowing a teacher or school official to encourage students to engage in prayer in school. Is that correct?
It doesn't prohibit it.
So it allows a teacher or school official to encourage a student to pray in school.
Well, I don't know that this bill allows it, but this bill as written would not prohibit it.
Mr. Speaker, I can't hear.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
I can't hear Representative Spiller.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Representative Spiller, could you just repeat your answer? I could not hear what you were saying.
I said that this bill doesn't prohibit that.
Okay. And
I don't know. I haven't researched everything under the law to see if there would be any other restrictions to that effect. And I don't know with all the school districts that we have in Texas if there's any policy and a policy manual that would otherwise prohibit that. I would have no idea. So to answer your question, but this bill does not prohibit that.
And under Section 2, a teacher can now discourage a student from prayer. Is that correct?
That, I mean, again, this bill doesn't either, if passed, does not either encourage or discourage. It doesn't prohibit either.
It doesn't prohibit either. So meaning you are allowing a teacher or school official to encourage or discourage prayer if they choose to do that.
That is certainly a possible result, absent some other prohibition under the law that would state otherwise, to which I've already said I don't know.
As you know, public school students are forced to attend school by law. They are compelled to be in the classroom. So now if your bill passes while in the classroom, a teacher could encourage students to pray, for instance, by telling them they will go to hell if they don't pray according to that particular teacher's religious beliefs. That could happen if we change this law.
I would subject to you that probably shouldn't happen. A lot of things could happen, but that probably shouldn't happen because I would assume that would probably be in violation of the school's existing policy. And there's a policy manual, as you well know, that's about yay thick, or it used to be until it was all electronically done, that covers many of those aspects of what a teacher or school employee is allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do, either under contract or
But
otherwise.
Representative Spiller, you just told me you don't know if those exist, so I'm just focusing on what law you're changing.
Right.
If we pass your bill, we are allowing school officials, government employees, to encourage or discourage students from praying. And if I'm reading this correctly, a teacher could tell their students to pray so they don't go to hell.
And I'm telling you that this bill doesn't address that, and there may be other prohibitions under the law that exist that are not the subject of this
Your bill
that
does
may
address
that.
Your bill allows that.
My bill doesn't allow that. It doesn't prohibit it. They're two different things.
How are those different?
Well, one, if it doesn't prohibit it, that's one thing. But to say it's allowed, I don't know, and I've told you already, I don't know about other restrictions under the law, under labor laws, under existing policies of each school district and each charter school. I don't know what their policies say, and so I couldn't say that my bill allows it because it may not.
So if there is some rule out there that prohibits it, it wouldn't be allowed. But if those don't exist, your bill does allow it.
I'm saying that my bill doesn't prohibit that, and what I'm saying is I have not done a complete exhaustive research of every statute in the state of Texas and every policy prohibition, and also under federal law, what's allowed and what's not allowed in the workplace. I haven't looked at that, is what I'm saying.
So you're changing this 30-year statute that prohibits teachers from encouraging or discouraging prayer, and you're not sure what the ramifications are going to be in 1,200 school districts across
Number
Texas?
one, the statute doesn't say discourage, it only says encourage.
No, sir, it says that you cannot encourage a student to engage or refrain from such prayer. So by removing the word encourage, you are allowing government employees to encourage students to refrain from prayer.
Well, existing laws under the statute that you're referring, and the statute that is under Section 2 of my bill, doesn't prohibit discouraging it. So that's not what that says. The word there is encourage. It's not encourage or discourage. It says encourage. That word is being taken out to be in compliance with existing federal law.
Encourage to refrain. So now a teacher or government employee can encourage a student to refrain from prayer in a public school.
I see what you're saying there, but yes.
Okay, that's a yes. So could an atheist teacher discourage students from praying because they believe God is not real?
You know, people can be motivated by any number of things. I can't say.
But right
why
now
they
that's
would do
prohibited
so.
under current law, but you're changing that law. So you are allowing an atheist teacher to discourage students from praying because they believe God is not real.
Well, that's all the more reason why we need to have this bill passed so that students.
Your bill is allowing that. Why would we pass this bill?
Can do that and can pray about those situations.
We've had a law on the books for 30 years that prevents teachers from encouraging or discouraging students to pray. You're changing that. So if we pass this bill, an atheist teacher could discourage a student from praying because they think God's not real.
Well,
they can't do it now, but they could do it if we pass this law.
That's not the way I read it, but I understand the point.
I don't know if there's any other way to read it.
That's not the way I read it.
Is it true that under your law, a practicing Muslim teacher could encourage their students to engage in the afternoon prayer around 1 p.m. or 6th period in a middle school or a high school?
Well, could they encourage that? Could they say that? Again, if that's not in violation of their current work policy, and we keep ignoring that, but that's still very important, what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. But again, my bill, when it talks about the time that we've set aside here under Section 1, the whole purpose of the bill is that it not be during the instructional time.
But
so
sir, your
the time
section
period that you're saying, I don't know whether that would be during the instructional time or not.
But Representative Spiller, respectfully, Section 2 applies to all school districts regardless of whether or not they adopt this period of prayer in the first part of your bill. These are two separate parts of your bill. The second section that we're talking about applies to all school districts the moment we pass this off the House floor, meaning a Muslim teacher could encourage their students to pray 5 times a day, including the afternoon prayer during 6th period.
And it applies beyond just the school district. If you read the statute, that it applies to everybody, a person.
That's
it
right.
doesn't say an employee, it applies to everyone.
So you're saying that could happen. A Muslim teacher could encourage their students to pray 5 times a day if this bill passes.
Again, I didn't say that because it's subject. Your question assumes a lot of things, and I can't make that assumption that that's not currently a violation of the policy to be taking time out during the school.
Let me ask you this
instructional day
then.
to be doing those things.
As the bill author, can you guarantee that will not happen?
I can't guarantee much, and I sure can't guarantee that someone might attempt to do something. I can say that it may not be proper, and it may be a violation of their contract if a teacher.
But not under your time has expired. Chair recognizes Mr.
Again, motion table.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, members, I hope everyone was listening during that exchange, because it is clear if we pass this bill without my amendment, we are opening up a huge can of worms for 1,200 school districts and the teachers and staff who work for them and all of the students that they are charged with educating all across our state, all throughout our districts. It is clear from that dialogue that just happened between Mr. Tallarico and Mr. Spiller that your kids, your grandkids, your constituents' kids could well be encouraged by a teacher who has a different religious faith or no religious faith from what that child is taught to believe in their home or to not believe in their home, and they will be encouraged to pray and to pray in a certain way. They may be encouraged not to pray and that they should not pray. They may be, we had a discussion about, different religious faiths such as Muslim and Christianity, Islam and Christianity. Let's talk about Christianity just for a second. How many different denominations there are within the Christian faith? I was raised Catholic, and I know from my Protestant friends growing up, we were all Christians, yes, but we believe very different things. And I think my parents would have been very uncomfortable with being encouraged to pray as a child by someone outside of our religious faith, because we believe different things, and that is the beauty of religious freedom in the United States of America. And this is what this is about. It is about religious freedom. And do we care about that? Do we value that? Do we want to protect that? Or are we just willing to throw it away? So let me tell you, remind everyone, because I'm sure you all know this, about the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. It reads in part, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. And in 1802, Thomas Jefferson, who was one of the architects of that language, wrote in a letter to the Baptist Association of Danbury, famously known as the Danbury Letter, he expounded on what that language in the First Amendment means. Believing with you that religion is a matter which lies solely between man and his God, that he owes account to none other for his faith or his worship, that the legislative powers of government reach actions only and not opinions, I contemplate with sovereign reverence that act of the whole American people which declare that their legislatures should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
gentleman
questions?
yield for questions.
Yes, I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Turner. That letter Thomas Jefferson wrote talking about a wall of separation between church and state was written to the Danbury Baptists. My granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas. I know the Baptists historically have cherished the separation of church and state, not because it protects the state, but because it protects the church.
That's exactly right.
When religion mixes with government or with empire, we get in trouble. And oftentimes, we as believers get hurt. And this bill is a perfect example of that. I'm not sure if members are paying attention to what Section 2 of this bill does, but it is wild, because is it correct that Section 2 will now allow government employees to encourage a student to engage in prayer and encourage a student to refrain from prayer? Is that your understanding of what the plain text of Section 2 does?
The plain text of the bill says exactly that, Mr. Tallarico. A teacher has that authority now if we do not put this amendment on.
So, I have a baby niece. She's 2 years old. I just became an uncle. She's going to be going to kindergarten not too long from now. I hope that she takes advantage of her absolute right to individual and silent prayer in school. I hope so, because prayer is how I get through the day. I hope it's how she'll get through the day. But if we pass this bill, a teacher, her kindergarten teacher, can encourage her not to pray. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't know how any of us could support Section 2. I actually want to compliment Representative Spiller for how he's crafted Section 1 of the bill, because there are a lot of guardrails. It's a thoughtfully put together section. I may have some disagreements, but it is a thoughtful piece of policy. Section 2 is not thoughtful at all. It is opening the door to teachers encouraging students to pray and discouraging students to pray. Or I guess the language of the bill is encouraging to refrain from prayer. Is that your understanding of what we would be doing?
That's exactly right, and that's what my amendment deals with. Only is Section 2. We would leave the rest of the bill intact, and as you say, there's some good things, well-constructed things in other parts of the bill. But this amendment would strike Section 2, so I hope the members will join with us in opposing this motion
And,
to table.
Representative Turner, you're aware that I used to be a Texas public school teacher.
I am, yes.
Texas public school teachers have a lot of power over their students, particularly our younger students. They are an authority figure. Parents encourage their students to obey the teacher, to follow instructions. Now we are allowing those teachers who have a lot of power in the classroom to tell a student that they should pray or tell a student they shouldn't pray. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. And importantly, Mr. Tallarico, our teachers and school employees are government employees. They are extensions of the government. And why I read that part of Jefferson's letter to the Baptist Association of Danbury is because Jefferson and James Madison, they sought to put religion on a pedestal out of the reach of government. And it wasn't because they were anti-religion. They were very religious.
Right.
But they understood through the American Revolution and us breaking away from King George in England, the importance of that separation between church and state to allow for religious freedom and allow for religious expression. That's why they put religion on a pedestal, out of the reach of government. This bill takes a sledgehammer to that pedestal, and we need to put this amendment on to protect religion.
And teachers theoretically could use their authority in the classroom to determine grades, determine promotion to the next grade level. They have that authority, and now that authority will be paired with the authorization by the legislature to encourage them to pray or discourage them from prayer.
Absolutely. I know growing up, I was certainly intimidated by a lot of my teachers, and I worked to please them in any way I could a lot of the time. So that intimidation, that authority they have is something we really need to think carefully about.
Last question, Chairman Turner. Your amendment is just striking this crazy part of the bill. It is leaving the rest intact. There is still a period of prayer. There is still authorization for school districts, if they choose, to adopt this program, to read religious texts. All it does is address this problematic, to say the least, section of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Representative Tallarico.
Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
So gentlemen yield for questions.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Turner, you're very concerned that Section 2 of this bill is going to cause a chilling effect on prayer. Is that right?
That's one of my concerns. More broadly, Mr. Little, my concern is that Section 2 of the bill eliminates longstanding statute in the state of Texas going back 30 years that prohibits a school employee from encouraging a student to pray or to not pray. And I think that is very problematic.
Representative Turner, this has been an interesting first session for me. The first 60 days of this session was an endless Congo line of teachers, school administrators, parents concerned about funding in public schools. Perhaps you can explain to me why not one single teacher, coach, administrator, school board trustee has come to my office, has emailed me or called me saying that this bill is a bad idea. Why not? Did they lose my phone number, my email address,
Mr.
perhaps?
Little, I have no idea. What I would say more broadly is that I think our teachers are rightfully concerned about some of the public education policy passing or not passing in the legislature. And they've been busy because it's been the school year. So I think a lot of teachers don't have time to monitor every bill going through the legislature right now. But I think they will be very concerned about this should this bill pass, especially without this amendment on it, when it becomes law. So I hope we'll pass this amendment to at least lessen the impact on them and make this more workable for our school districts across the state.
Well, I just remain puzzled why the same people who have expressed sincere concerns about funding and other bills, including my bill, I can't find a single one who's worried about this bill, but you're telling me they are. Why is it that they have remained so quiet about this particular bill?
I'm not representing to you that they are. I am very concerned about this bill, and we should all be concerned about this bill because this is going to directly impact our kids throughout the state of Texas, our kids, our grandkids, and your constituents' child. Please vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. Mr. Spiller moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. Record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Spiller voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Show Mr. Hopper voting aye. Have all voted. Being 86 ayes, 59 nays, the motion prevails. Please excuse Representatives Button, Keith Bell to attend a meeting of the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development on a motion of Mr. Darby. Is there objection? The chair has none so ordered. Anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 11, Chair recognizes Mr. Money to speak for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 11 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds that the bill analysis is materially and substantially misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front. Point of order is withdrawn. Please excuse Mr. Busey because of an illness on a motion of Ms. Howard. Is there objection? The chair has none, so ordered. Mr. Money in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This is the prayer that was prayed in almost every public school in America in the 1950s. Almighty God, we acknowledge our dependence on Thee and beg Thy blessings upon us, our teachers, and our country. I don't think there's anyone here who thinks that the moral, emotional, or mental well-being of our students is overall better than it was in 1962 when this prayer was removed from our public schools. We've spent an enormous amount of time and energy during this legislative session trying to address the very real and sometimes overwhelming moral, emotional, and mental ills of children and adults in our great state. Crime is rampant. Exploitation of children is epidemic. Suicide rates are up. Children are confused about whether they're boys or whether they're girls. We have very real, heartbreaking problems that simply did not exist like this when my parents and grandparents were growing up. Beyond that, teachers across Texas encourage all kinds of things of our students, good and bad, regarding physical, mental, and emotional well-being of students. Why in the world would we not allow them to encourage children regarding the spiritual, which we know impacts the physical, the mental, and the emotional of their children as well? Let me say this very plainly. We should be encouraging our students to pray and read their Bible every day, just as the authors of the Constitution did. The New England Primer was a widely used textbook in the 1780s and 1790s when our country was founded. It included Christian prayers, catechisms, Bible verses. It was standard in both public and private schools. Its use was ubiquitous, suggesting that religious instruction was culturally and legally accepted at the time of the Constitution. Numerous states had established state religions supported by tax dollars and encouraged religious instruction in schools. And in fact, the oft-cited Jefferson letter to the Danbury Baptists that Representative Spencer quoted earlier was to give reassurance to the Danbury Baptists that the federal government would not intrude on their religious liberty. The context was that the Danbury Baptists were in Danbury, Connecticut. Connecticut at the time had a state-established religion supported by state taxes and laws. Jefferson's letter confirmed that the Establishment Clause in the Constitution did not allow the federal government to overreach into matters of the state, and that the state of Connecticut, although it could have its own established church, could not prevent the Danbury Baptists from worshiping as they saw fit. This was not to keep the church out of the state. It was to keep the state away from the church. In 1892, there was a Supreme Court case called Church of the Holy Trinity versus United States. The opinion stated, "This is a Christian nation," citing historical practices like Christian oaths, Sunday laws, religious references in state constitutions. This Supreme Court case from over 100 years after the ratification of the Constitution reinforces the view that Christianity's role in American public life, including education, was constitutionally permissible. Well into the 1950s and 60s, prayer and Bible reading were common in public schools across the United States. It was not until activist leftist courts redefined that Establishment Clause in a way that none of our founders or the people who voted to ratify the Constitution ever would have. And they did not believe that religion is and should be an entirely private matter. It isn't. What every person thinks about God impacts everything about their life. How we see our role in the world and how it fits into eternity matters in how we see ourselves, and it matters in how we see other people and how we treat other people. I would offer to you that our kids in our public schools need prayer, need Bible reading more now than they ever have. And I thank Representative Spiller and Senator Middleton for bringing this bill, and I support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Simmons, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
So you mentioned 1962, right? And
I
you
did.
said that students were better off then?
I think when you look at the mental, emotional, and physical well-being of our children, it was better then than it is now.
So in 1962, black children who were in segregated schools that were not equal to white schools were better off. In 1962, black students were better in 1962 in segregated schools than they are right now.
I did not say every student was better than every student is today. What I'm saying is overall, we did not see in 1962, even in segregated schools, which I completely disagree with, I'm in favor of integration of schools. I think that it was a scourge on our country, the way that we treated black people throughout our history. I agree with you on that.
Okay, I
but
just
I
wanted
will
to make
also
sure.
say, I think if you walked into any high school back then, whether a segregated black school, white school, an integrated school, you would find less emotional problems, less mental problems, and less suicide, those kinds of things that we see today, because religious instruction was a much greater part of their everyday life, both at home, at church, and at school.
So just to clarify, because I like an answer to my question, you think that black students in segregated schools during the Jim Crow era were better off, because that's I just want to get to that point. That's it.
Better off in what way? I specifically limited it to, I'm
Because
talking
there was
about the
prayer in
mental,
schools in the
physical, and
60s.
emotional well-being of
But
those
black-
children in a secular setting versus in a religious setting. I think it's better in a religious setting.
So black children were better off in segregated schools during Jim Crow. Thank you.
That's not what I said.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman
Since
yields.
we're talking about this subject, can you remind me what Jesus said about the Pharisees in public praying?
Well, I mean, the Pharisees, he said, do not pray as the Pharisees do,
Okay.
where you're drawing a bunch of attention to yourself.
Okay,
Correct.
that's what I was asking.
It was about the intention of the heart. That's exactly right. And what we're talking about in this bill is an opportunity for private prayer times, private Bible reading times, time set
Right.
aside within the instructional day to allow people to have private time to pray, read their Bible, meditate if they so choose.
And I get that. I don't have a problem with prayer. I think it should be on a personal time, but I was just asking, what did Jesus say about the Pharisees in public praying? Because you're setting a lot of time for people to have to, if they want to, with their parents' consent. I get that. But you're setting an allotted time for public prayer. That's all I was asking, is what Jesus said about the
prayed
Pharisees.
publicly. When Daniel prayed, he opened his window. I mean, there was all kinds of
And who-
public prayers in school. In the Bible, what they were talking
Who
about,
allowed the Pharisees to have public prayer?
it was the intention of their heart that he was
No,
speaking
no, no.
to. It
What?
absolutely
No, it was not just that. Who allowed the Pharisees to be able to pray in public?
I don't
Caesar.
think I understand your
It was the
question.
Roman Empire. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman
I
yield
do.
for questions. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Money. There are some things that you said up there that I agree with, that faith is not purely a private matter and that it should impact how we live out in public. It certainly does for me, and I talk about my faith a lot and how it intersects with the work we do here. I think my concern is when we start to erode that institutional separation between church and state, when we allow government employees to encourage or discourage prayer, that is a threat to students and their faith and their prayer time. So I just want to ask you if you have some discomfort about this language in Section 2 of the bill that removes the prohibition on government employees encouraging a student to engage in or refrain from prayer.
I think we have gotten to a point, first of all, I'll answer directly. No, I don't have any problem with that. I think we've gotten to a point where our public school teachers teach our children about so much more than reading, writing, and math. And they are in a situation where they're dealing with their personal health. What are you eating? How often are you eating? They're talking about mental health. What are your problems at home? And we're gonna address some of those things. I hope in some later legislation.
Gentleman's time has expired.
But no, I don't have a problem with that. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I will be brief. I simply want to challenge this idea that prayer time in schools is going to lead to some better outcome or some superior morality within our student body. We can look at this body as an example. In fact, a representative was asking me the question before my time ran out previously about having prayer here on the House floor every day. And we do. We have a prayer here on the House floor every day. Members, you might recall a member who was in this body previously who was expelled from this body previously because of his behavior, because of him luring a 19-year-old into a sexual relationship with him. Members, it was heartbreaking, that story, and yet prayers that we heard here on the House floor didn't stop that from happening, and even more, he himself was a pastor or a minister. So unfortunately, I don't think that bringing prayer or prayer time into our schools is going to have the outcome that this bill is hoping for. But it does cross the lines of the separation of church and state, and so therefore I am against this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Toth in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it was in just 2 sessions ago when we said teaching a child who's white that you are not an oppressor, or teaching a child of color that you are oppressed. And we fought to get that done. And we asked, why is it that school districts have the time to teach critical race theory in our classrooms? Why do we want to inculcate our kids with that false belief that there are oppressors and oppressed, which has done nothing but created acrimony and heartache in our schools across the state of Texas and across the United States? Today we ask that you stop the inculcation of our children that there are more than 2 genders. And yet, the left believes that they've got plenty of time to teach that as well. So tell me, please, what is the harm in teaching our children to go to the God of their creation and to seek them in prayer and in the Word, and to hear His words of affirmation that they are loved, that in Christ there's neither male nor female, Jew nor Greek, rich or poor, free nor slave, that you are all loved by God. You know, it was Madalyn O'Hair in 1963 that got the Supreme Court from Austin to remove prayer from school. She was an atheist, she was a communist, and a socialist, and she successfully removed prayer from our schools. And it was the biggest mistake the United States, Texas, and right here in Austin ever made. What began in Austin needs to end in Austin today with this bill, and I'm so grateful for the author for bringing it forth. God bless you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Hopper, for what purpose?
Would Mr. Toth yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
You bet.
The gentleman yields.
Representative, I know you're an ardent constitutionalist, as I am, and I'm just going to ask you just a couple of questions about, the assertion that's been made previously that this will be challenged in courts. I believe in original public meaning, as I'm sure you do. It's the idea that the words that embody or that are described in our statutes and our Constitution should be interpreted as they were understood by the people who ratified them. So when our Bill of Rights was passed and each amendment was sent to the states and the state legislatures to be ratified, do you believe that the First Amendment, as we have in our Bill of Rights today, would have ever been ratified by the colonies, by the individual states of our United States, if they understood those words to mean that that language would prohibit a bill like this from
They
passing.
never would have accepted it.
Absolutely
Not
not.
in 100 years.
So if there's a constitutional fight, I say we bring it and let's fight it, because this is Texas and we should stand up for our Constitution, both state and federal. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bojani in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you all know, there are very few occasions where I rise to speak against a bill. And today I'm doing that. And I have a unique experience to share with you all, so I wanted to quickly mention that. As you all know, I subscribe to the faith of Islam. I'm a Muslim, and I still oppose this because we have a reason that we need to keep the faith and state separate, right? There's a separation of church and state for a reason. And I give you an example that I think everybody here will agree with me. If there's a Muslim teacher, and if this bill passes, so there's a Muslim teacher in our schools that encourages all students to recite the Quran, pray 5 times a day for that day or multiple days. Students, a classroom full of students that are Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, other faith traditions. But that teacher can encourage the students, and not only encourage, they can give extra points on the next test. She or he can say, tomorrow's test, everybody that prays on the Quran today and prays 5 times a day will get 5 extra points on tomorrow's test. It's a bonus point. Do we want that?
Mr. Speaker.
Think about the power imbalance.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield
Yes,
for
I
questions?
yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Yeah, Representative, you were talking about the separation of church and state. Did you not file a bill in public education this year that would have allowed 30 minutes of mindfulness in the public school?
I absolutely did, sir.
And is mindfulness not something which is fine, but is part of the Buddhist tradition?
Absolutely not. It could be part of Buddhist tradition or other faith tradition, but the mindfulness that we were talking about, it has nothing to do with religion. In fact, I even made that comment while presenting it.
I know the
that
comment that you
mindfulness
made,
has
but-
nothing. It is a science. It has nothing to do with religion, because you're not talking about God. You're not praying to any being. You're just making sure your mind is decluttered.
So you think it's appropriate that we teach mindfulness, but we can't allow people to learn about religion in school?
We
I'm
can have religion in school. We are learning about religion in school. I'm not saying that no to that, but I do agree that we should have mindfulness. There are countless youth whose mental health has been improved from doing mindfulness. There are studies. Go read the studies, Representative.
I think it's clear that mindfulness is a religious teaching, and I think you are.
I mean, that is your
yourself if you don't
opinion,
believe.
Representative Frank, and I appreciate and I respect your opinion.
Yeah.
But we can agree to disagree on that mindfulness has nothing to do with religion.
I think the thing with this bill is it is open to any religion, as opposed to, frankly, your bill, which was narrowly crafted to only one. So thank you.
It was not crafted to any Buddhist religion, but again, we can agree to disagree. But let me talk about the power imbalance that we have. If a principal comes in and encourages a student to say, pray 5 times a day, do this or do that, do you not realize there's a power imbalance? Why are we allowing this to happen? Do we even need this? And if, let's say, I am very devout Muslim and I want my kids to have the faith teachings, I have an option. We have so many religious schools, Christian, Jewish, Muslim schools. Parents can send them to those schools if you really want your kids to learn about your faith. But why are we adding this in the public school system? And members, as an attorney, I feel this is unconstitutional. And we will be paying taxpayer dollar. We'll be spending taxpayer dollars on attorneys, on court fees. For what? Why do we need this? Members, I really urge you not to go on the bandwagon of partisan politics here. Think outside and say, we do not want any schools to encourage people and indoctrinate them for any particular religion. It is not right, and I urge you to vote no for this bill. Thank you so much.
Ms. Morales-Shaw on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members. I don't think it's fair that one party gets to pit another party and say that they're against prayer, they're against children engaging in prayer. I think that most of the body is prayerful and they're grateful for prayer. We stand together every morning and pray. There may be a few atheists in here, I don't know, but that's their free choice also. So that's why I rose today to speak on the bill. I hear a lot of talk about the founders, what they would have done, what they did, what they could have done, what they would do today. The founders, no doubt, were complex individuals. They were brilliant. They've created something that's endured a very long time. It stood the test of time. They weren't perfect because they were human like you and I. They did things, or they believed in things then that we look back and have the benefit of hindsight today and is shameful or should be shameful. Slavery, eradication of Native Americans, taking of land and removing indigenous people. There's a lot of things that were okay then that, with the benefit of hindsight, are not okay today. Setting aside the constitutional or apparent a constitutional conflict here, there's an elephant in the room that I think is worth talking about, and that is not this policy, because I think if we took a poll right now, people aren't opposed to prayer itself, but we've heard people hinting at the fear of the application of this kind of policy. And we've seen that. That's not a new concept. There are many laws that are not applied equally from one person to the next. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, we have a whole history of that. So I don't want to ignore the fact that a lot of the underlying feeling here is about the lack of reconciliation with the past. The lack of reconciliation with the past, whether that was with slavery or eradicating and killing Native Americans or taking land and removing indigenous people. There is an undercurrent here because there's also the fact that there has not been a real reconciliation with the past. And so the fear is that part of the fear that arises out of that, members, is that we have policies that potentially could revert back to how those policies and beliefs were used in the past, which was to subjugate people. So I just rise to say we are all prayerful. We respect the author for his bill and for all of his bills, but there are other underlying currents that we should be conscious and aware of. And we are all prayerful people, and we are grateful to have that ability, and I don't think any of us want to be labeled as against that. Thank you, members.
Mr. Raymond to speak for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I believe that prayer is good. I believe that prayer is good. When I went and campaigned for my brother over here, Christian Manuel, we were in a Baptist church in Beaumont, and I said then that I believed prayer was good. And I said, as a matter of fact, I believe that if everyone in the world sat and prayed for an hour or 2 hours, 3 hours, 2 or 3 days without stopping, no one would get killed. There would be no wars for those 2 or 3 days if everyone was praying. Their own prayer, their own religion, their own belief. But if everyone prayed, we could stop wars for a day or 2 or a week. That's how powerful prayer is. But what this bill is about more than anything else, I believe, is that it is to allow students that are so moved in our schools to pray, to gather with others that want to pray or learn more about their faith or other faiths. Because I believe, Representative Bojani, that there will be a lot of students in Texas schools, should this bill pass, who are Muslim, who want to learn more about Islam, who will gather and be allowed to, if their school districts vote on this, or when they vote on it, will be allowed to gather and discuss your religion, the religion in which your faith, as they will students that believe as I do, who are Christian, and other faiths and other religions. That's what will happen. This isn't about one religion, and it's not, with respect, Mr. Bojani, this is not about jumping on some partisan bandwagon. Not for me, brother. That's not what it is for me. I know, and I believe that every one of you knows, that kids, young people are having a tougher and tougher and tougher time just trying to figure out life. But I also know that oftentimes faith and religion and being able to talk about it and pray and discuss it with others of their peers has helped young people. I know that, and you all know it too. This is not mandating that they have to pray. It's not going to make somebody pray. They're not going to get an extra 5 points for going to pray. That's not the way it's going to work. And let me also say, when we pass a bill for it to become law, newsflash, it has to pass the Senate and the House, right? And so it matters to me what the Senate does on these kinds of things. And so I looked. Some of the senators who voted for this bill, my very good friend and former desk mate, Juan Chuy Hinojosa, voted for this bill. My very good friend who sat behind me for a dozen years, Jose Menendez from San Antonio, voted for this bill. My good friend who I've known my whole adult life, Royce West from Dallas, Texas, no greater champion for young people and schools, and no greater Democrat. However you want to define a Democrat, Royce is a great one. He voted for this bill. And my senator, the dean of the Senate, the first woman to be dean of the Texas Senate in the history of this state, who I have also known my entire adult life, my state senator, who I'm very proud to call my dear friend, Judith Saffirini, voted for this bill too. They're all Democrats. They are strong Democrats. They are strong Democrats. This is not a partisan issue for me. It is about trying to do something that can, I hope, and I believe, and I pray, will help more young people. But I've got good news for you. If this bill passes, and it just goes off the rails across our schools because, oh my gosh, this just went awry, terrible, I got good news for you. There will be a legislative session in 2 years, and you can change it. If that's the way it goes, that's the beauty of this process. If something doesn't work right or goes wild and just doesn't work, you can change it. But I believe it's worth trying. And so I pray. I put those words up there, in God we trust. I pray that we pass this bill. Thank you.
Mrs. Weiner in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I wasn't planning to get up here and speak against this bill, but some of the speeches for the bill really hit me personally. And it's because there's this continuous implication that the only path to being a good person is through prayer and religion. And members, I want to be really clear. I believe in the freedom of religion, and I believe that includes the freedom to be religious in whatever way fits you. And I believe it also includes the freedom to not have a belief system that is religious. And members, I do not have a formal belief system. I do not pray. And I will fight for every single one of y'all to keep your right to pray in whatever way sees fit. And I will fight for myself and my other colleagues here who don't pray to keep that right. And members, you know me. I have a conscience. I certainly don't think I need to pray to avoid starting any wars. And I care for my family. I care for my community. And those things are completely independent from whether or not I pray to the God you believe in or any God at all. And so, members, I ask you to really respect the spirit of the First Amendment, and let's not pass legislation that is about othering those of us who choose not to pray. Please vote no.
Mr. McLaughlin for the bill.
Deputy members, I struggled to come tell this story, but I'm going to tell you a story from one of the school districts in my district that started with a student Bible study on the lunch hour at a school. When it started out, there were 25, 30 kids. Today, there's 450 kids going to that on their lunch hour, and enabled them to do many, many things. The atmosphere at that school has changed. The fighting that was constant still happens, but not as frequent. It was so successful there, the teachers embraced it so much that the junior high kids came and said, would you start this program at our school? Same thing, started with 25 or 30 kids. There's 375 junior high kids coming to that Bible study now. Volunteer, on their own, nobody's making them. So for me, I've seen the change that it can do in the district. I've talked to parents of these kids who said, we didn't have a relationship with our child. We hadn't sat down and had a meal together, hadn't had a conversation together. So, maybe that's what's wrong with our country today. We try to take God out of everything that we do. And our country was founded on the principles of God, in my opinion. So I am for the bill, and I think it's a great bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Simmons for what
Will the
purpose?
gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you for sharing. I think that is an amazing story of students taking the initiative. My question is, they were able to form that study group without this current law being passed?
Do what?
They were able to form that Bible study group without this law currently being passed?
Yes, but
Was there any-
this law would enable them to do it without fear of somebody coming in and shutting it down.
Has it been shut down yet? Are they still currently having that Bible study during lunchtime, which is their free time?
It hasn't been shut down because, like I said, I struggled with coming to tell that story where we've had people want to come in and film it and so forth. We wouldn't allow it because we didn't want to get it shut down.
So it hasn't been shut down, it's still occurring, and they were able to form this group without the law?
Well, with this law, it wouldn't be shut down.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Manuel in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm just going to go full-blown history on this, and I want you all to truly understand something. It's not the prayer in school that's the problem. It's that you are giving the government control over saying when someone can and cannot pray. We're setting a precedent, which leads to something else. That is why I brought up the Pharisees. The Pharisees had to get permission from the Romans in order for them to be able to pray. And that turned into what? A massacre of people. Then if you go further into history, into the city of Alexandria, when you had people who were pagans, or not pagans, people who had a pagan or an idolatry religion, and you had Christians who came about, it ended up causing the death of a woman, a philosopher named Hypatia, where she was skinned alive because she wouldn't conform to what they were praying to and what they told her to. It begins as a snowball effect. And also, let's not forget the number one problem with what happened with public prayer. The Pharisees became corrupt, and that was how they got their positions in church, in synagogues. That has thus turned into the same situation that has happened in history, where Christians have done the same thing, where the only way you can go into being in any form of power is you have to be a part of the state-sponsored religion. That is the reason we have a separation also between church and state, so that we don't have one religion where you have to all be a part of it in order for you to be a part of it. We have Catholics, we have Jews, we have Muslims, we have Lutherans, we have as a bedside Baptist, we have so many different kind of denominations in here. Eastern Orthodox, which if you look at it is completely different from the Western Orthodox of Christianity. They would almost technically be at war because they were at war for hundreds of years because the doctrine is so different. And since we're going to talk about the founding fathers, let's talk about one of them. The Bible says, he who addeth from this will have it added to him. He who taketh from this will have it taken from him. Jefferson changed the Bible and made it to his own means and took out the miracles of Jesus because he saw that it was unnecessary. While our own books, all of them, all Abrahamic faiths say that is a hell-worthy sin that you will pay for by having it added or having it taken from you. So if we're going to use that kind of doctrine, go ahead, but remember, you are repeating the mistakes of the history, or the mistakes of history, where people have gone about causing massacres, have had Holocaust, have had genocides in the name of a faith because a state decided when you could and could not pray. And since we always want to talk about this group, let's say this. Remember this, during the Holocaust, when Jewish people were being killed, the only reason the Catholic Church at one point came in was because they found out those experiments were being used on children who had Down syndrome, who had IDD. And when the Jewish group went to them, asked them for help, they said, "We won't help you." And that is why it says, when they came for everyone else, I did nothing until they came for me. So if you want to go ahead and start down this path because you love Jesus so much, because you want to tell people what kind of Jesus that they should pray to, which is what this really truly is, don't try to make it seem like people don't care about Jesus, that we don't want to pray to him. The problem is the fact that you are polluting our religion and other people's religion by putting Caesar into it. Pay to Caesar what is due to him. This is not due to Caesar. Caesar should have no part of your religion.
Mr. Spiller to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you for your time. I'll be brief. It's been a very thorough discussion. I don't want to go over a lot of history, so I won't go over that. I will say this, that the principles contained in this bill are those upon which our country was founded. I want to talk about briefly today, because today in our state, the vast majority of people support greater religious freedom in public schools, the vast majority. And what's important, because we've lived under the Lemon Test for over 50 years. We've lived under that cloud. We've lived under the ambiguity. We've lived under the threat, under how it was wrongfully decided. And our society and our state has lived under that for a number of years. I give thanks to the Lord that we are not under that scrutiny anymore. We have religious freedom in Texas, and today we have the opportunity to pass something that gives that to teachers, to school employees, to students, to parents. And the beauty of this bill is it doesn't force or coerce anyone to do anything that they don't want to do.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
In just a moment.
Not at this time.
Under this bill, and you've heard this, but we're not forcing anyone. If school districts decide, or charter school governments decide not to do this, they don't have to. But if they do, then school teachers, employees can choose to participate, but they don't have to. If children want to participate and their parents allow and consent for them to do that, they can do that, but they don't have to. This bill doesn't tell them how to worship, doesn't tell them what to do, it doesn't tell them how to pray, it doesn't do any of that. But it gives them the freedom and the ability to do that. And it's time for Texas and Texans to have religious freedom in our schools, and this bill does that. With that, I would yield.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes,
the gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Spiller. I wanted to just finish up the questions I had earlier. Sure. We heard from Representative Bojani speaking as a devout Muslim. We have many devout Muslim teachers in Texas who do amazing work. But if your bill passes, the state will no longer prohibit a Muslim teacher from encouraging students to pray 5 times a day. Is that correct?
You know, that's not what's in this bill. That's not the subject of this bill. That's not what's in this bill. This bill doesn't prohibit nor promote anything along the lines of what you're asking me.
You're getting rid of the prohibition on teachers encouraging students to pray in Section 2 of your bill.
You know, that is, This bill doesn't do that. This bill
Your bill
allows
does not
people-
remove the prohibition on teachers encouraging students to pray?
What's that again?
Your bill does not remove the prohibition on teachers encouraging students to pray? I'm just looking at section 2.
This bill does not prohibit that. That is true.
Okay,
This
so
bill
you're
doesn't,
removing-
but it
you're
doesn't-
removing the
It doesn't
prohibition.
establish something else, and it may be otherwise prohibited by law or by statute or by their contracts or anything else. So you're asking me to answer something in a vacuum without looking at any other statutes. Or
All I'm
law.
asking is what the state is prohibiting. You're a state lawmaker, you're making state laws.
Right.
And so
I know a
under
lot
your,
of laws, but I can't tell you I know all of them as I stand here today.
under your bill, the state will no longer prohibit a Muslim teacher from encouraging their students to pray.
This does not prohibit, my bill doesn't deal with that. It doesn't prohibit what you're asking. It doesn't prohibit what you're asking, but it doesn't promote it. It doesn't otherwise allow it. That's,
You know, Representative
it's a
Spiller,
red herring.
I'm not a fancy lawyer like you. I'm just a former teacher.
Right.
But not prohibiting something and allowing something to most regular folks sound like the same thing. And so
Well-
I know that the tricky answers here are able to get around some of the tough questions. But if you are removing a prohibition, if you're removing a ban, you are allowing that to happen. Whether or not there are other laws, whether or not there are other policies in place, I guess I'm just trying to ask your intent as the bill author. You've come here before this body to change a 30-year statute. So do you want teachers encouraging students to pray?
I didn't say that.
I'm asking you, do you want teachers to encourage students to pray?
As a Christian, I would encourage people to pray.
I'm not asking about you, David Spiller.
But if I'm a teacher, you're asking me as a teacher.
That's
if
right.
I were a teacher, I would first look to what my contract allows me to do and directs me to do or restricts me from doing, and those would be first and foremost. I would have the utmost love and concern for my children, number one, for them to learn, but I would care about my children, and I think that they need to be exposed to a loving God as I was. Now, what I would do on school time is a different matter, and that's subject to the policies and directives of each school district, not by my own desires. What I might want as a teacher might be different than what my employer might want. But again, you're asking me about all law, and I'm saying I can't answer that as I stand here today because there may be other laws or prohibitions about what you're asking me.
But you're changing this law. You're asking like I'm
I
asking
am
you
changing this law.
some random hypothetical. I'm asking you about a bill to change a law that you brought in front of the Texas legislature. You're acting like you have no idea what I'm talking about. The section 2 of your bill removes the prohibition on teachers encouraging students to pray. I'm asking you a simple question. Is that something you want to happen?
I've already answered that, but it removes it.
Was it a
from
yes
this
or no? I don't
particular
remember getting an
statute.
answer.
It removes it from this particular statute in Chapter 25 of the Education Code. Yes, it does remove it from there. I can't speak, again, to all the laws that affect that because there are other things, employment law, labor law, other things that may come into play and policies that may be in place that would otherwise prohibit what you're asking me.
Representative Spiller, you're a good lawyer. I'm
Well,
just
I tried.
asking, as a fellow Christian, for your yes to be yes and your no to be no. So I'm asking you, do you want teachers encouraging students to pray if all of their policies and laws allow them to do it?
If I personally want that, is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking.
I would love that. I would love
Okay.
for teachers, if they want to invite, if they want to share the love of Christ that they might have to their children, to their students, to whatever, would I be opposed to that? Absolutely not. But I am
What does encourage?
recognizing what limitations that they may have in their place of work, which are not the subject of this bill.
That's exactly the subject of your bill, but what does encourage mean? Many teachers offer bonus points on assignments or tests. It's not required, it's not coerced. So based on the language of your bill, a teacher could offer bonus points to students who pray. That is currently prohibited by state law. You are changing that law to allow them to encourage. And so that kind of offering of bonus points for students who pray is no longer prohibited under state law if this bill passes. Is that correct?
I feel certain that would be prohibited under state law anyway, and certainly under the
Under what
school's
state law?
policy. Again, you're asking me about things that are totally unrelated. That's
You're
not
here to
what this
change
is
the law.
about.
You can't
My
tell me
bill
what
is
law
about
prohibits
prayer in
that?
school.
You're changing the law that prohibits that.
I don't know that I am. You say that I am, and for somebody that's not a lawyer, you seem to know a lot about it.
I'm
I
having to
don't know.
explain your bill to you. Yes, that's what your bill does. I'm reading it right here. Your bill changes the prohibition on teachers encouraging students to pray.
I respectfully disagree.
I don't know how you can disagree with that. You know, Representative Spiller, when Senator Middleton, the author of your bill, laid out this bill in the Senate, he said, quote, "There is no such thing as separation of church and state." Do you agree with Senator Middleton?
I agree that that's not the legal precedent in our country and never has been. That's not ruled that way by a U.S. Supreme Court case, and it's really irrelevant. You're asking me hypothetical things that really don't have anything to do with my bill. My bill simply provides for the opportunity for teachers, school employees, and students to pray at school.
So
we can have a lot longer discussion if you want to about church and state and my beliefs on that. I don't know that this group here is ready to hear all that. I think they've heard enough.
Honestly,
but I'm happy to share it with you.
Representative Spiller, I'd rather us not talk about this. It's you and your colleagues who keep bringing these bills that erode the separation of church and state. I'd rather talk about funding schools, expanding health care, lowering the cost of child care. Y'all are the ones that want to keep talking about religion on the House floor. I want to ask you, do you agree with Senator Middleton that there is no such thing as separation of church and state?
I do.
Okay. You know, I don't think this matters about what you believe. When we allow teachers and principals, those in positions of power, to impose their religion on other people, especially children, we are undermining the freedom of religion that made this state and this country great, and it is a threat to religious and non-religious people alike.
Well, when
Thank
you
you,
talk about
Representative Spiller.
imposing,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
in response to your question, that portion is still in the bill about not requiring or coercing a student. I would move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 11. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Have all voted? There being 91 ayes, 51 nays, Senate Bill 11 is passed to third reading. Members, we've got a couple of announcements, and then we're going to take a brief lunch break. The following announcement. Ms. Perez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Transportation to meet while the House is in session today at 4:30 p.m. in room 1W.14, the Ag Museum, to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair has none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Human Services to meet while the House is in session today at 4 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Human Services will meet today at 4 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business. The Committee on Transportation will meet today at 4:30 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd ask you to welcome my guest here. Earlier, we were able to recognize the interns in my office, and Ilya was not in the chamber, and joining him is his parents, Dr. Ilya Hicks and Mrs. Hicks Cashman here. Thank you for being here, and thank you for sharing Ilya with us this session.
Mr. Hefner moves the House stand in recess until 2:45. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands in recess.
My check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My check.
The House will come to order. Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room 3W9 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out SJR 1 as a matter of postponed business. On third reading, the clerk will read the bill.
SJR 1 by Huffman, proposing a constitutional amendment requiring the denial of bail for an illegal alien charged with an offense punishable as a felony.
The chair recognizes Mr. Little for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SJR 1 until 11 a.m. Monday, May 26th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out SB 20 as a matter of postponed business. On third reading, the clerk will read the bill.
SB 20 by Flores, relating to the creation of the criminal offense of possession or promotion of obscene visual material appearing to depict a child.
The chair recognizes Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 20 till 3:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Is Mr. Dutton on the floor of the House? The chair lays out SB 217 as a matter of postponed business. On third reading, the clerk will read the bill.
SB 217 by West, relating to establishing the historic Texas Freedmen Cemetery designation program, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 217 till 3:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out SB 502 as a matter of postponed business. On third reading, the clerk will read the bill.
SB 502 by Perry, relating to Peace Officers Commission by the Health and Human Service Commission Office of Inspector General.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this bill we passed yesterday to allow the OIG to provide salaries comparable to other state law enforcement agencies for their commissioned peace officers. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 502. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Orr voting aye. Show Ms. A. Davis of Dallas voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Ms. Kerwin voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all voted. There being 134 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 502 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 1120 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1120 by Juan Hinojosa relating to the rights of a victim, guardian of a victim, or close relative of a deceased victim in certain criminal cases involving family violence, sexual or assaultive offenses, stalking, or a violation of protective order or condition of bond.
The chair recognizes Ms. Orr for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1120 until 3:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out SB 646 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 646 by West relating to the repayment of certain mental health professional education loans.
The chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 646 until 2 p.m. Saturday, May 24th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading SB 868. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 868 by Sparks relating to the Rural Volunteer Fire Department Assistance Program and authorizing an increase in assessment as on certain insurances that fund the program.
Chair recognizes Mr. King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 868 helps us better support our volunteer fire departments by directing funding where the need is the greatest. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 868. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 868 passes to third reading. Chair lays that on second reading Senate Bill 1188. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1188 by Colcourse relating to electronic health record requirements authorizing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 1188 under Rule 4, Section 32 of the Texas House on the grounds of the bill analysis is misleading.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order is withdrawn. Dr. Bonin to continue explaining the bill.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this legislation has multiple components, and I'm going to go through them.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order of SB 11 under House Rule 8, Section 1A1, on the grounds that the caption of SB 1188 fails to give notice, reasonable notice.
Please bring your point of order down front. Please excuse Mr. King because of important business on a motion of Mr. Wally. Is there objection? The chair has none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Busey has been transported to Del Seaton. He is under observation. We just left him a little bit ago, and he was feeling great and talking about it great. And he told me it was okay to say this, Donna. And hopefully it will be released this afternoon. Thank you. He told me it was okay.
The point of order is withdrawn. The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1188 has multiple components, and I'm going to run through them for you. It clarifies electronic health record requirements so that medical professionals have access to the essential information they need to treat their patients and protect these records so that access is limited only to relevant parties. Additionally, this legislation protects individuals' health records by requiring that electronic health records be stored on servers located in the United States or its territories. The bill also prohibits electronic health record platforms from collecting information pertaining to a person's voting history or voting status, and it prohibits your financial data and credit score information from being acquired and stored in a patient's electronic medical record. The bill also requires oversight for the utilization of artificial intelligence, and it mandates that when it is used, it must be reviewed by a practitioner. The bill requires fields for providers to communicate updated information to patients and requires that the records contain a fixed field for biological sex. This gives HHSC or the applicable licensing board the ability to discipline providers or facilities who fail to comply. Senate Bill 1188 clearly spells out that parents are guaranteed...
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Not at this time. I'd like to complete the layout
Okay.
of
Not
the
at
bill.
this time.
Senate Bill 1188 clearly spells out that parents are guaranteed complete and unrestricted access upon request to the record unless the information is otherwise restricted by state or federal law or by a court order. This legislation also requires EMRs to have options for collecting and recording communication related to a patient's metabolic health and diet as part of treatments. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Happy
The
to yield
gentleman
for
yields.
questions.
Mr. Bonin, okay, so it was kind of hard to hear a little bit of your layout, but can you just tell us the main purpose of why you filed this bill?
So we filed the bill to make sure that records are transparent and that they are accurate, that they have the necessary medical information that a healthcare provider, a doctor, nurse, or practitioner would need, and that also our records are protected from disclosing even redacted information such as voting history or credit scores. It also ensures that with respect to AI, which is becoming increasingly applicable, that if information is inputted into the EHR and then embedded in the EHR is AI that helps to provide a differential diagnosis or diagnosis and suggested treatment, that the provider reviews all of that information that was used to ensure that it is accurate and that we have accurate input and reasonable output from the AI.
Okay, so part of it is, you said, having accurate medical records, right?
We want to have accurate medical records for sure.
Because, I mean, it seems, I mean, that the only disclosure that this is adding is for biological sex, right? And it includes definitions of what that means within your bill. And so why is it only that information that you're adding if you're saying that it's for the purposes of having, you know, access to electronic medical records for folks that use AI to diagnose someone, and then when I look at the background and purpose, you know, it doesn't even reference the use of AI in that, but you know, it adds in there that there's been limited parental access to a child's medical records. So I'm just trying to tie these things together that you're saying with what I'm reading in front of me, and the bill analysis and the bill language itself.
The common thread is electronic health records.
Okay, so why is it only adding that specific, just that one little, what is it? You add like one little space or something like that to each medical record to identify whether somebody is male or female?
So the reason for adding biological sex is there have been real-world experiences where physicians have not been able to document in the record because of the structure of that record the biological sex of the patient, and that is relevant medical information.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on what kind of medical attention that you're seeking. If it's not related, let's say it's somebody who is seeking, let's say, gender affirming care or what have you. And I mean, if they're at the dentist, I mean, I don't know, right? Why is that relevant information if you're not seeking that particular treatment? I mean, I can see the reason for your physician to to notate that in there if you're seeing that physician for that specific purpose. Otherwise, I mean, I don't see why you would have to disclose that, or that would have to be required to include that in there.
So what's your question?
I mean, that's my question: is why is it that only addition that you're adding in there? How is that? If a person is not seeking,
it's added because some of the EMR products that are commonly used do not have this data field readily available. And what this is saying is that field must be available so that this may be documented and accessible to the provider.
okay. So who's going to have accessibility to it? I mean, would it just be the patient themselves?
Well, it's an electronic health record, so the practitioners caring for the patient would also have access to that record.
So what about folks who have legally changed their name, right? Or have changed their gender marker, which now you can't do it in the state anymore, but people who have already done it legally and all their documentation, right, already has that marker changed, their legal name is changed, and that's going to be inconsistent with everything else.
Their biological sex that was recorded at birth, that is recorded, but any subsequent history or information that is in the medical record is also eligible to be included and should be included, because you want the whole picture of what is happening with that individual patient. It doesn't exclude this other information that you're referring to.
So is that going to be something that is disclosed by the patient themselves? I mean, how if they've already legally have changed all this information on their, IDs, on their birth certificate, things of that nature, how is that information going to be discoverable to the physician that's treating them without the patient disclosing it? I mean, is that going to be asked to every patient?
I think it's pretty common for physicians and for nurses to describe biological sex in the medical record. That's just like age, right? It's an objective and important piece of information.
Well, okay. Do you know what the administrative cost would be for these covered entities to make these changes?
Are you referring to administrative cost for the entity or for the agencies?
Well, the agencies, I guess the ones who are going to be required to work together.
Yeah, so they're already overseeing, the relevant licensing bodies are already overseeing these agencies or these covered entities. I can get the fiscal note. I don't have it right in front of me. I don't think it would be substantial.
Is there a fiscal note? I didn't.
Yeah, there may not even be one.
Well, I mean, they would have to come together to, right, where is it? The Texas Medical Board, TDI, to jointly, right, ensure that these electronic health records are prepared to maintain. Who's going to maintain them? And I mean, that has to have some kind of fiscal note to it because it requires somebody to maintain it.
To maintain what?
Well, it says right here, each electronic health record prepared or maintained by a covered entity in the state includes separate. Wait, hold on a second. Well, I guess the oversight of it. Are they going to oversee it too?
Well, they already oversee these various providers. It's like the medical board oversees physicians, for example. HHSC oversees hospitals.
And how's it going to be enforced?
It would be enforced in the same as any other concern. If there was a complaint, then they would have the authority under this legislation to investigate that complaint.
So somebody would be reviewing these private medical records. to
Gentleman's
find
time
out?
has expired.
Can I?
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 60, SB 231, SB 523, SB 565, SB 627, SB 670, SB 706, SB 739, SB 764, SB 896, SB 917, SB 963, SB 971, SB 991, SB 1184, SB 1220, SB 1252, SB 1255, SB 1261, SB 1283, SB 1371, SB 1383, SB 1728, SB 1733, SB 1762, SB 1804, SB 1814, SB 1816, SB 1883, SB 1952, SB 1968, SB 2068, SB 2185, SB 2383, SJR 2, SJR 85. SB 1455.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment clarifies that an individual does not have to have all three intersex syndromes to have a sexual development disorder. The amendment also addresses the artificial intelligence portion of the health record, specifically that the practitioner is practicing within their scope of license. It also ensures that the use of artificial intelligence is not restricted or prohibited by state or federal law. It states that the practitioner reviews records created by AI in a manner consistent with the standards developed by the Texas Medical Board. And finally, the amendment is consistent with the intent of the bill to give parents unrestricted access to their child's records. I move adoption.
Mr. Bonin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Mr. Wu voting nay. Have all voted? Being 85 ayes, 52 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment does not mess with the bill at all. This bill is about the collection of information. It introduces the use of AI and many other different systems into our private health data. It includes the ability to off-site the storage and collection of this data and the processing. This amendment, all it would say is that people who have this data may not release it without express permission from the patient before being released. This affects everybody. This affects your records. This affects my records. This is for everybody to say that these systems, they need to have protocols to ensure that they do not release this information unless there is express permission to release our private medical data.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Okay, so just to clarify, so your amendment seeks to further protect people's private medical records, right? By clarifying that these records cannot be released without consent?
Right. Again, this data set is our most intimate details. These are all of our medical records. This is our health. This is our genetics. This is our just our family history of what is right and what is wrong with us. This data, if released to the wrong people, if it got out, if it leaked, could be very devastating for people. Everyone has their own private medical issues. Whether they want to share that or not is up to them, but if people want to keep their medical issues private, this is an important amendment to make sure that we make sure that the barn doors are closed.
So, I mean, so this would make a significant improvement to the bill, right? Especially considering, that there have been medical data leaks that we've heard of happen in the past, and just to make sure that also, just that, but then that these records aren't being released to people that shouldn't be.
I think even more nefarious than that is that, as we have seen over and over again, that our data is being sold, our data is being passed on to other groups, our data is being utilized for other things, especially with the AI programs. There's concern that information, as it's being passed through third parties to store or to process or to run through AI, that information will get leaked to your insurance companies, and that genetic history, that family history that was keeping you from paying your double your rates is now going to get released to your insurance company, and they're going to find out everything about you, and they're going to adjust accordingly. And again, some of this stuff, it's not just about money. This is about your privacy. This is about everyone's privacy and the ability to keep what they have about them close to their chest, and saying, I don't want this release unless I give permission to release it. I think that's a very normal thing in our society to say, and I think this amendment comports with the rules that we have in place for just about everything else.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Wu, and I appreciate the amendment, and I really hope that the author of the bill will accept your amendment. Thank you.
Dr. Bonin in opposition.
Yeah, I'm going to move to table this amendment. I appreciate the sentiment. The fact is, protected health information is just that, and already by federal law, this information is protected, and a violation is subject to criminal or civil penalty or civil penalties. And if you're a provider, loss of the ability to participate in the Medicare or Medicaid programs. So I motion to table.
Mr. Wu to close.
Again, the problem is that this bill lays out multiple places where we talk about collection of data, we talk about storage of data, we talk about what you can do with the data. In fact, in section, on page 3, you look at section 183.04, information, covered entity may not collect, store, or share information regarding an individual's credit score or whatever, voter registration or anything else in their data set. But it does there's provisions like that again and again in this bill. But it does not clearly and definitively say that this data is when it can be released. And having a statement in our law that says the most private data we have can only be released when we sign a piece of paper saying so, that needs to be a part of our state law. Whether it's a part of federal law or not doesn't matter. We should have it a part of this law because, again, this is our law. And I urge you to vote no on the motion table.
Mr. Wu sends up an amendment. Dr. Bonin moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Bonin voting aye. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all voted. Being 86 ayes, 56 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. So this amendment would authorize hospitals and medical records to update patients' records if that person has a court order legally updating their gender marker. And so this amendment just reflects a simple notion that medical records should align with the patient's legal gender marker if that is what the patient and provider think is best. If the point is to have accurate information about the patient, I don't see how this would hurt Dr. Bonins' bill, because it is simply adding information in there. That way the medical provider can have a full understanding of the person's medical background, and also just to notate in there that hey, they've already legally updated their gender marker, and so they have all accurate information within the person's medical records, and it should reflect everything accurately, just like the doctor said in his layout. And so I would hope that the author of this bill would accept this amendment, and I move adoption.
Dr. Bonin in opposition.
Thank you. Listen, biological sex in medical records is an issue of accuracy and impacting safe medical care. In an acute situation, in an emergency, it could lead to a misdiagnosis, missed pregnancies, missed ectopic pregnancies, and cancer screening. Inaccuracy can also miss screenings like the PSA test. The whole point of this section of the bill is to ensure that physicians always know the true biological sex from birth, and the language is carefully crafted to allow for exceptions based on other medical conditions such as intersex conditions. And accepting this amendment would defeat that purpose. I motion to table.
Please excuse Representative Schoolcraft to attend a meeting of the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services on a motion of Mr. Patterson. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez to close on the amendment.
Members, I believe that I don't have the bill right in front of me, but I believe that the bill itself says that nothing in the language limits the ability to be able to include this information within the person's medical records. So I urge you to vote against the motion to table. Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. Dr. Bonin moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote aye on the motion to table. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Bonin voting aye. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all voted? Oh, look out. That one snapped. There being 83 ayes, 57 nays, the motion to table prevails. Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Elections to meet while the House is in session at 4:30 in room 3W9 to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair has none, so ordered. Mr.
Mr.
Rosenthal,
Speaker.
for what purpose?
Parliament.
The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Elections will meet today at 4:30 p.m. in room 3W.9 in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Would y'all like a little help on the design of those gavels? Because we could make them more robust and reliable.
I heard you were an engineer.
Indeed, sir.
Not a proper parliamentary inquiry. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. All this amendment does is says, in the bill, it says that the entity, whatever they're called here, the covered entity, can actually go in and change the record to indicate the biological sex of the patient. And as I would think all of us would want, we would at least want to be notified if something like that happens that somebody else has done, we haven't done. So all this does is says that if an individual's biological sex is amended per this bill, that the covered entity shall notify the individual that the electronic information has been amended. It is simply notification. And I was hoping this was going to be acceptable to the author. I think his suggestion is that because it's an electronic record, anybody can, any patient or parent guardian can access it at any time. But this would require that you access it continuously just to find out if by some chance somebody has amended your record. All this is doing is saying, if your record is amended to change your biological sex marker in a record, that you are notified. It's just notification. That's all there is to it. It's not asking for consent or permission to change the record. It's just saying when the covered entity is going to change your record, that they notify you. Would you not want to be notified if somebody changes something in your record from what you had put in the record yourself? That's all this is. Simple notification. So with that, I move adoption.
Dr. Bonin in opposition.
Thank you, and I appreciate Representative Howard visiting with me about this ahead of time. Look, biological sex is assigned at birth. We're talking about electronic records in which the patient or the legal guardian has access to that record at any time, and I can't imagine a scenario in which a physician would change the biological sex in the record and the patient or guardian would not know about that, so I motion to table.
Ms. Howard to close on the amendment.
Thank you. I just take issue with the fact that somebody would be checking their record on a daily basis to see if an amendment has been made. I have electronic records from my visits to my doctors. I can access them periodically if I need to. I simply, in fact, when they make an addition or some change to my record, they send me a message to let me know. And I can check in and find out what it is that's been done, what the health notes say. All this is asking is for notification, which I think any of us want to be notified of information about ourselves, personal information about ourselves, health information about ourselves, simply being notified. That is all this is. I move adoption.
Please excuse Representative Schatzline to attend a meeting of the Committee on Human Services on a motion of Mr. Patterson. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. Dr. Bonin moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Bonin voting aye. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all voted. There being 82 ayes, 56 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment seeks to remove the investigatory and regulatory authority of agencies to preserve some autonomy and independence of healthcare providers. As written, this particular enforcement mechanism opens the door to politically motivated investigations by state agencies that interfere with the best judgment of medical providers. This enforcement authority chills clinical judgment and patient-centered care, knowing that the documentation choices could trigger a government investigation discourages providers from recording accurate, individualized information, especially in complex cases involving gender or sex variation. It places fear and legal exposure ahead of best medical practice. This enforcement provision also is redundant and overly burdensome.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Garcia, for what
does the
purpose?
gentleman yield for some
The
questions?
gentleman yield for questions.
In just a few seconds.
Not at this time.
The kind of politicized investigations authorized by this bill will also detract resources from addressing actual health care problems. As written, this section will lead to discrimination and uneven enforcement. Without clear standards or definition, this provision can be selectively enforced against clinics and providers who serve marginalized communities. That creates unequal protection under the law and heightens the risk of civil rights violations. This enforcement mechanism is unnecessary to achieve the broader aims of this bill. Adding a new layer of governmental investigation only invites misuse, waste of public resources, and potential harm to patients. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will entertain any questions.
Mr. Speaker, does
Ms.
the gentleman
Ms. Garcia, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield
Will
for
the gentleman yield
questions?
for questions?
Yes, I will yield for
The
questions.
gentleman yields.
Representative Reynolds, I know that you and I represent urban communities.
Yes.
Being in Houston and San Antonio. Can you explain to me how your amendment is going to help our communities from the increasing investigatory reach of this particular bill?
Absolutely. So this provision lacks clear definitions of what constitutes a credible allegation, leaving providers vulnerable to politically motivated complaints, vague enforcement standards, and unnecessary investigations that could interfere with clinical care. My amendment removes section 183.09 from this bill, which grants overbroad and invasive investigatory authority to state agencies against Texas healthcare providers. So that's what, in essence, my amendment seeks to do.
And I served as a practitioner in the military medical health field for 20 years, and so I understand that healthcare providers already have a level of oversight available to them.
That's correct.
And why would you think that this investigatory authorized provision will further harm our clients? I'm sorry, I keep saying patients in my head, but our community members.
Correct. Patients may avoid sharing important personal or medical information if they know their provider could be investigated for documenting that information. It undermines the trust essential to patient-provider relationships and reduces access to safe, affirming care.
And why should we vote for this amendment?
We should vote for this amendment because the enforcement authority is unnecessary, overbroad, and dangerous. Removing it would preserve clinical integrity, protect patient trust, and reduce the risk of politicized investigation into healthcare decisions that should be guided by evidence and not ideology. In other words, we don't want patients to not be treated for fear of being exposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment removes the section of the bill that allows the appropriate regulatory agency to investigate any credible complaints. So I oppose and move to table.
Mr. Reynolds, to close on the amendment.
Members, I ask you to vote against the motion to table. Let's do what's in the best interest of patients to ensure that they're protected when they're seeking medical care. I move adoption. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds sends up an amendment. Dr. Bonin moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. Record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Show Dr. Bonin voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia of Bayer voting nay. You've all voted. There being 84 ayes, 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Garcia Bayer.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Bayer on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment seeks to strike section 183.010 of the bill relating to disciplinary action by a regulatory agency. This section allows a licensing agency to suspend or revoke a license for 3 or more violations of SB 1188, even though those violations may be unrelated to clinical quality, patient safety, and intentional misconduct. Covered entities are already subjected to professional licensing standards and existing state and federal enforcement mechanisms. This new provision adds unnecessary duplicative penalties that create confusion and risk inconsistent application across agencies. Rather than improving patient care or data integrity, this section may deter health care professionals from adopting new technologies or engaging in honest error reporting out of fear of losing their license. Mr. Speaker and members, this amendment will ensure the bills prioritize compliance and collaboration over excessive punishment. I move past.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Reynolds, for what
would
purpose?
the gentlelady yield for
Will
questions?
the lady yield for questions?
I yield for
The lady
questions.
yields.
Representative Garcia, what does your amendment do?
The amendment removes language that will give power to suspend or revoke a provider's license after 3 violations of this chapter specifically, even if those violations are administrative, unintentional, or unrelated to patient harm. So basically what we're wanting to make sure happens is due process before suspension. And again, allegations are not in fact actual violations.
Why is this amendment needed?
Because it prevents a duplicative enforcement mechanism, and this is very risky when we're talking about license revocations, especially for procedural or record-keeping errors. Healthcare providers already regulated under HIPAA, state licensing boards, and Texas medical boards, and adding this punitive layer increases the risk and overreach of uneven enforcement. And when we're already tasked as a state for having qualified medical and healthcare providers, this duplicative effort could further penalize as well as disincentivize our providers.
I appreciate that information. How does your amendment help the bill?
By removing vague and excessive disciplinary triggers, it keeps focus on improving record-keeping standards by not punishing the providers. And by striking this section, we preserve due process, support clinical practice, and maintain consistency with other healthcare statutes.
Could this section create unintended consequences for small or rural providers?
Absolutely, especially our small and rural clinics. A lot of them lack a full-time staff. They definitely lack full-time compliance officers and IT systems operators. Penalizing them with license suspensions for minor or good faith errors could reduce access to care, especially in underserved areas where provider shortages are already prevalent.
Well, Representative Garcia, that was my concern. There's so many rural areas where many patients already have very few medical providers, and so I'm very concerned about those areas specifically. So I think you have a great amendment. I thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, sir. I move passage.
Dr. Bonin in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would remove the authority of the regulatory agency to impose any disciplinary action, and so that obviously defeats the whole purpose of the bill, so I motion to table.
Ms. Garcia to close on the amendment.
We're just simply asking for process improvement and to not have duplicative efforts. A lot of these offices can't afford something as simple as an IT upgrade, and by requiring this piece of the legislation, it's going to further exacerbate the impact on our rural districts. I ask you move passage. Move adoption.
Ms. Garcia sends up an amendment. Dr. Bonin moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote aye. Record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas voting nay. Show Ms. Garcia of Bear voting nay. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Dr. Bonin voting aye. Have all voted. There being 83 ayes, 58 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment does not radically change this bill, but only takes away one of multiple enforcement mechanisms to remove the threat of injunctive relief and civil penalties against healthcare providers in our state. As written, this bill exposes hospitals and medical providers to significant financial liability if they make even a small mistake in record keeping. These civil penalties don't protect patient privacy, which is already shielded by HIPAA and other state and federal laws. Instead, these civil penalties and the threat of lawsuits creates red tape and added cost for Texas healthcare providers, which will inevitably be passed along to us as patients. There is no need to financially harm Texas healthcare providers if they don't follow the politicized and scientifically inaccurate definitions of this bill. And imposing civil penalties and injunctive relief for failing to follow overly rigid and medically flawed documentation requirements will unfairly punish healthcare providers who are trying to offer individualized, patient-centered care, often under complex clinical circumstances. I was hoping that the author would accept this amendment when, prior to me filing it, just because of the strain that it'll potentially.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for
The lady
questions?
yield for questions.
I certainly do.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Rep. Gonzalez. Can you help us understand why this amendment is needed?
Well, because these enforcement provisions are excessive, punitive, and out of step with how healthcare regulation is typically handled. They open the door to politicized enforcement, threaten provider autonomy, and discourage the delivery of nuanced, individualized medical care. I mean, I believe that a person can get a civil penalty up to $250,000. I mean, that's quite a bit of money.
It's a lot of money, and so you're saying that the penalties in this this section could be harmful to the healthcare providers. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they place providers, especially those serving, let's say, intersex folks or non-binary patients, in the position having to choose between accurate documentation in order to avoid litigation. This could suppress clinical judgment and harm patients through underreporting or misclassification for them to get the care that they're seeking, individualized care.
So in the end, those adverse effects trickle down to the patients, right?
Absolutely.
So, so the purpose of the amendment is to protect the humans that need care?
Sorry, it's hard to hear you.
It is hard to hear. Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
We can't hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Mr. Speaker, do you need a stronger gavel?
No, sir.
Ms. Gonzalez, I was asking how the trickle down from these penalties would actually impact the patients.
Well, I mean, the cost is, that's going to have to come from somewhere, right? And if a doctor is being exposed to these penalties, they're going to have to recuperate that money somehow, and it's going to trickle down to their patients.
Thank you. How does the threat of harsh enforcement impact medical innovation?
The threat of large civil fines it could discourage providers from adopting modern inclusive practices in record keeping, such as noting anatomical inventories or gender affirming care, which are supported by leading medical organizations in evidence-based medicine.
Very
good. Having to pay these civil penalties that can be excessive, can hurt a person's practice. That then hurts the patient.
Thank you for bringing this amendment.
Thank you. I move adoption.
Dr. Bonin, in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would strike the entire section concerning injunctive relief and possible civil penalties. Not only is it an important section, but especially the third element, where if a covered entity is actually knowingly and intentionally using protected information for financial gain, we want to be able to stop that, and there should be the option for a civil penalty if an entity is doing that. So I motion to table.
Ms. Gonzalez, to close on the amendment.
Again, like I said, the bill says it here that it could be up to $250,000 for each violation in which the covered entity knowingly or intentionally used protected health information for financial gain. I mean, I just find that is excessive. I honestly don't even know how this would be even enforced, because people shouldn't be looking at other people's private medical information without their permission. So I encourage you to support the amendment. Thank you. I move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up an amendment. Dr. Bonin moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote aye on the motion to table. So the record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Dr. Bonin voting aye. Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all voted. There being 85 ayes, 58 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment seeks to alter the language on page 5, line 6, to make it required, not just an option, for electronic health records to have a space for other information relating to sex or gender identity. This amendment improves the bill by giving transgender, non-binary, and intersex Texans the option to record additional information about their gender identity if it does not align with their sex assigned at birth. Furthermore, this allows doctors to better provide comprehensive care to their transgender and non-binary patients. As written, this bill would make it optional for electronic health records to merely include a space for an individual to record their gender identity. Trans, gender expansive, and intersex folks who live...
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Garcia, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
The lady yields.
Representative Jones, can you please explain to me a little bit why this amendment is needed?
This amendment is needed. First of all, your health records follow you forever. And people make decisions about what physicians they choose. And if you happen to be a trans woman, or you happen to be an intersex person, and you have gone through the trials and tribulations to finally be who you know yourself to be, and you go to the doctor, you're going to tell the doctor information you believe is important. And one of the things that is important is for your doctor to appreciate who you are. So for example, if my pronouns are she, her, and my gender assigned at birth says that I'm male, I want for my doctor to call me ma'am and respect me like that. I don't want for my doctor to call me something that I'm not. And there should be a space in electronic records for me to tell my doctor how I want for you to refer to me. And I would respectfully argue to you that electronic records are harder to change than handwritten ones. Because if I fill out a worksheet or when I go to the doctor, I can write in there what it is. On electronic records, I don't control that. I literally have the option to fill in, if they ask me that. And so I just think that gender affirming care is gender affirming care. And if I'm forced to have you put on my records the sex that I was born as, that at a minimum, you should allow me the human courtesy to be able to let my doctor know who I am. Because when I go from health provider to health provider, those records are gonna follow me. And I actually think it's gonna interfere with a healthy doctor-patient relationship. And also, if a person is trans and they live their life openly as whoever they are, and you go places, you don't want people whispering about you. You want people to know what you tell them about you, not what other people think you are. And so I think that it's the respectful thing to do.
And you and I, we have a history of being athletes. I've never been to the Olympics, however. Have you experienced in your life as a woman athlete any colleagues or counterparts, teammates who have had issues being identified as the opposite sex when indeed they were the opposite sex?
Yeah, so there was a lady who ran track. She was born intersex, and she was a woman, except for as she got older, she didn't present as feminine as some people would like. And I remember the brutal teasing of her. And I had a good friend, her name is Nikki Araguz. She was born intersex. She's a lady who took the case up to the Supreme Court to have the right to be married to her husband, Thomas Araguz, who was a firefighter. She was born intersex. Interestingly, her grandmother was intersex as well, so I guess it must have ran in their family. Her parents at birth picked the wrong sex. Her parents were like, she's a boy. And that's what they put on her birth certificate. Except for as she grew, nothing else male came out, and she never had any surgery except for to remove this thing that the medical profession believed to be a penis. And her life she was tormented. And like I said, she had to fight all the way to the United States Supreme Court to have the right to be the wife of her husband. And for people like Nikki, it's terrible that the world refuses to accept them for who they are. And her parents, I don't think her parents had any ill will when they, had a baby who had ambiguous genitalia, and they just picked who they thought she was, but they were wrong. And she lived a tortured life because her parents picked wrong.
So you do know that later in life, sometimes someone's gender identity may actually start matching their indicated biological sex and require a gender change?
It actually did for her. So she had to remove that little thing. But her life was torture. And I learned a lot about what I understand about trans people from Nikki. She was nice enough to share with me some very personal things. And that's why I fight so hard for people to be who they are.
Thank you for sharing Nikki's story, and thank you for bringing forward this amendment. I think it's very important that when it comes to identifying our health care, that only pertinent information is released, and this is a good amendment. Thank you.
And I'll say this, that health care is a human right. And to be able to have a doctor who respects who you are should be mandatory. And I think that this bill, as it's currently written, if it doesn't allow me to put in my medical records who I am, will negatively affect the doctor-patient relationship. And I think that whenever we're at the doctor, most times it's not like the happiest all the time, unless of course you're having a child. And even for me, when I was having a child, it was a terrible experience because I had complications with my pregnancy. At a minimum, you want for people to treat you like the human being that you are when you're in a very difficult situation. Mr. Speaker, members, I move adoption.
Thank you.
Dr. Bonin in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This information may actually already be entered into the electronic medical record. I move to table.
Ms. Jones to close.
And I would respectfully request, this is a simple amendment that just allows the patient to have a say in their medical records that will follow them for their life. And I respectfully ask you to vote against tabling this amendment. Thank you.
Please excuse Representative Paul to attend the meeting of the Committee on Transportation on a motion of Dr. Oliverson. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. Ms. Jones sends up an amendment. Dr. Bonin moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Dr. Oliverson voting aye, Dr. Bonin voting aye, Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Have all voted. There being 83 ayes, 57 nays, the motion to table prevails. Does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against Senate Bill 1188? Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1188. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. They've all voted. There being 86 ayes, 56 nays, Senate Bill 1188 is passed to third reading.
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is the chair aware that as of right now, for this session, we have had 150 points of order, one for each member of the House? By the way, I didn't file mine, so somebody else must have taken it. Is the chair also aware that before today's points of order, we have taken up 55 hours of floor time deciding points of order, many of which could have been avoided if we didn't shut down debate and hear my amendment that would have required points of order that exist before we go on the calendar to have been raised before we go on the calendar.
Mr. Schofield, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair lays out SB 3 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 3 by Perry relating to the regulation of products derived from hemp, including consumable hemp products and hemp beverages and hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring occupational licenses and permits, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, and authorizing civil penalties and imposing taxes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 3 until 6 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out SB 1566 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1566 by Bettencourt relating to the connection of utilities by certain entities in certain subdivisions formerly located in municipalities' extraterritorial jurisdiction.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1566 ensures that landowners who lawfully remove their property from a city's ETJ under the law can access utility services without needing a city-issued plat. Members, this is a straightforward solution to a very real problem affecting constituents across Texas. I think there's an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Montgomery.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bella Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that simply makes certain that a person's property cannot be removed from the ETJ without their consent, and it's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Bell of Montgomery sends up an amendment. Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Bell. Just wanted to clarify what's in the amendment. Could you explain how this works?
Yes, so when 2038 was passed in the last session, there was some question over whether or not people had inadvertently had their property removed because they had an interest in undivided property, and this simply makes certain that their individual rights are protected. It just cleans up the language.
Okay, so so your intent with this is to make sure that somebody who owns a piece of land in the ETJ isn't removed unless they've explicitly said they're okay?
That's
with
right.
that
We don't want people to be removed inadvertently, and so that's all this bill does, is make certain that if you have or this amendment does, is make certain that you can't have your property removed unless you consent.
Okay. Thank you so much, Representative Bell.
Move adoption.
Mr. Bell of Montgomery sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. All those in favor of the adoption of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 1 nay, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of, the question occurs on final passage of SB 1566. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. There being 138 ayes and 1 nay, SB 1566 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 217 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 217 by West relating to establishing the historic Texas Freedmen Cemetery Designation Program, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill does two things related to suits affecting the parent-child relationship. It provides that a court can order the parties to give an email address where that's appropriate. And number two, what it does is in the SAPSR suits, as they're called, judgments are sometimes entered only for child support, medical, or dental. But the question arises what to do about attorney's fees. Attorney's fees generally have been combined with the child support, and so sometimes that presents confusion about whether the child support is paid. So what this does is allows a separate judgment for attorney's fees. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Never mind, it was a parliamentary inquiry, but it's been answered.
No, it's
Thank
not.
you.
Oh, what bill did y'all have? Okay, I take it all back.
Yeah, okay. That was my parliamentary
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
No, my parliamentary inquiry was, are we on Senate Bill 217, the Freedmen Cemetery Bill?
Mr. Schofield, the bill that is before the House is Senate Bill 217.
Thank you, Mr.
Correct.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Dutton.
I was just trying to see if y'all were awake. This is the bill we passed the other day that establishes the Texas Historical Cemeteries Commission, and I move adoption.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 217. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, SB 217 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 20 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 20 by Flores relating to the creation of the criminal offense of possession or promotion of obscene visual material appearing to depict a child.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 20 closes a gap by expanding the definition of obscene visual material to include AI-generated images and other synthetic depictions that appear to involve children. It establishes clear criminal penalties for those who knowingly possess or promote such content, regardless of whether the images are digitally fabricated. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 20. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 0 nays, SB 20 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 1120 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1120 by Juan Hinojosa relating to the rights of a victim, guardian of a victim, or close relative of a deceased victim in certain criminal cases involving family violence, sexual or assaultive offenses, stalking, or a violation of a protective order or condition of bond.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to again thank Senator Hinojosa and Senator Huffman for getting this through the Senate and to us here in the House. What this bill does is acknowledge that victims of family violence are also protected victims with regard to the right to confer with the prosecutor about the disposition of the case, and also to ensure that they have access to the evidence in the case unless somehow a disclosure of that information would interfere with the investigation of the case. This puts victims of family violence in the same position of protection of victims of sexual assault, stalking, indecent assault, and trafficking. I do have a couple amendments on the bill.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is a bill that we already passed out unanimously. This bill guarantees victims information about their offender's parole, and again, we have already passed this out unanimously, and it is acceptable to the author.
Ms. Hull sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We've had discussions with both the sponsor and the author of this legislation about this amendment. This amendment was a concept that was housed in a House bill that was voted out of Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence 9-1. The version voted out of committee has actually even changed some here as part of negotiations between prosecutors and the Family Law Foundation. The concern that we're trying to address is protective orders that have a duration of 2 years will sometime expire during a family law case or a SAPSR matter or a criminal law case. And so all this amendment does is it takes those three instances and it ensures that the 2-year duration of that protective order will actually surpass the legal issue that's going on, so that we don't have to go back to get multiple protective orders during these times. It is acceptable to the author and to the sponsor, and the Senate author is also agreeable to the language. I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson voting aye. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1120. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, SB 1120 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1254. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1254 by Zaffarini relating to the regulation of professional employer organizations.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1254 makes the Professional Employer Organization Act, updates it. It specifies that PEOs as an employer continue up for 18 months after expiration and provides for disciplinary hearings. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1254. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Speaker Phelan voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes and 5 nays, SB 1254 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2778. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2778 by Adam Hinojosa relating to the amount of an expenditure that may be paid by an emergency service district employee without board approval.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I forgot my glasses. All right, Senate Bill 2778 amends the Health and Safety Code to raise the threshold for approved funds expanded by emergency service districts. ESDs operate under a governing board, and this bill simply gives approved employees discretion to pay routine costs up to an amount that suits their needs. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2778. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes and 49 nays, SB 2778 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2543. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2543 by Hancock relating to the amount of certain revenue that may be used for and the location of state veteran cemeteries.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2543 provides the Texas State Veteran Cemetery Committee with the flexibility to expand the cemetery system, allowing more families to honor their loved ones who have dedicated their lives to serving our country. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2543. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members? Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 2543 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2443. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2443 by Zaffarini relating to the electronic delivery of documents sent or received by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
The chair recognizes Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just updates the notice options for contested cases at TDLR. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2443. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 2443 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1333. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1333 by Hughes relating to unauthorized entry, occupancy, sale, rental, lease, advertisement for sale, rental or lease, or conveyance of real property, including the removal of certain unauthorized occupants of a dwelling, creating a criminal offenses, increasing a criminal penalty, and authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1333 empowers Texas homeowners to protect their properties from squatters. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1333. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes and 31 nays, SB 1333 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1259. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1259 by Nichols relating to the regulation of land surveyors by the Texas Board of Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply would allow land surveyors to cut the red tape and allow future applicants to take the fundamentals of surveying exam without prior approval from the board. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1259. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 0 nays, SB 1259 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1401. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1401 by West relating to the creation of the Texas Mental Health Professional Pipeline Program by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board.
Chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 1401 directs the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to develop a pathway from junior college to four-year institutions to educate more mental health professionals in our communities. This bill passes Senate 31-0 and has no fiscal note. And Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1401. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. A. Davis of Dallas voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 82 ayes and 54 nays, SB 1401 is passed to third reading. Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, under Rule 3, Section 11B51D, does not the Committee on General Investigating have the authority to look at any other matter the committee considers necessary for the information of the legislature or for the welfare and protection of the citizens of the state?
Mr. Moody, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
How would I refer to the Committee on General Investigating Gavelgate, which implicates the safety and welfare of at least 3 people sitting up near the dais?
You can, that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Moody, but you can talk with Mr. Bell about that, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Moody, the problem has been turned over to TDCJ. We are having a new batch of gavels delivered here tomorrow morning before session.
The chair lays out on second reading SB 1404. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1404 by West, relating to the requirements for certain orders and judgments rendered in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton.
I move passage. Okay, calm down. I think I told you all this before, so I'm just going to say it again. There are 2 things that this bill does. One of which is it allows the court to prevent email addresses in SAPSR suits, and the other is that allows for separate judgments for attorney's fees in SAPSR suits. And I move adoption.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1404. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes and 0 nays, SB 1404 is passed to third reading. Please excuse Representatives Gerdes, Harris, Hunter, and Tepper to attend a meeting of the Committee on Calendars on the motion of Mr. Patterson. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Mr. Patterson's motion also includes an excuse for Representative Jay Lopez of Cameron. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out. Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Are you aware there's a leprechaun in the West Gallery?
The chair is not advised, and that is not a proper parliamentary inquiry. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2139. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2139 by King, relating to the authority of the Texas Military Department to negotiate the release of a reversionary interest and certain other interests of the state in certain property in Palo Pinto County owned by the Palo Pinto County Livestock Association.
Chair recognizes Mr. Alcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple local bill that simply allows the transfer of some property currently owned by the Texas Military Department over to the City of Mineral Wells, provides negotiating procedures. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2139. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alcott voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 1 nay, SB 2139 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2165. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2165 by Parker relating to prohibiting the dismissal of certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship involving the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. When a child who is in the care of the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services goes on runaway status, we unfortunately have had 23 of those children's cases dismissed, which means there is not technically anybody looking for the child to bring them back into custody. That is a mistake and error within the law and something that we're correcting here by saying that when a child is on runaway status, the courts may not dismiss jurisdiction over that child until the pendency of the case, meaning we no longer have a state responsibility to them, is done.
The following amendment,
No, he's taking out. He withdrew it? Great. I move passage.
question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2165. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Johnson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 137 ayes and 0 nays, SB 2165 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2237. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2237 by Betancourt relating to the severance pay for certain political subdivision employees.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, many public executive employee contracts include golden parachute payouts, which can cause substantial taxpayer-funded payments, even in cases of misconduct or poor performance. While the Texas Education Code provides limitations on severance pay for school district superintendents, restrictions are minimal and there's no broad regulation of government executive severances. Senate Bill 2237 by Senator Betancourt limits political subdivisions from providing severance pay to executives beyond 20 weeks of compensation and prohibits severance if the individual is terminated for misconduct. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2237. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Montgomery voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 13 nays, SB 2237 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2268. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2268 by Shortner relating to loans and grants awarded from the Texas Energy Fund.
Chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes several updates to the administration of the Texas Energy Fund, and there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hunter.
The chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos.
This amendment adds energy co-ops as well to the bill. I move adoption.
Ms. Villalobos, excuse me, Mr. Hunter sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. All those in favor of the amendment, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Villalobos voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes and 19 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to close on the bill as amended.
So I had the pleasure of laying out Mr. Hunter's bill, and I wanted to do my best impression of him. For the coast, for the shrimp, and for the oysters, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2268. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Villalobos voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 92 ayes and 42 nays, SB 2268 is passed to third reading. Chair recognizes Mr. Vernell for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those who are Air Force members and other branches that are not as cool as the Air Force, I was going to let you know that the Air Force Band is outside. They're going to be there from 5 to 5:45. They would like to meet with some of us. And also, they'll be playing from 7 to probably, I'm guessing, 7:30 or 8. So I hope y'all can go out there and say hi to those guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The chair lays out on second reading SB 1202. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1202 by King, relating to third-party review of property development documents and inspections of improvements related to those documents, including home backup power installations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1202 allows for third-party review and inspection for home backup power installation. Bill brings efficiency to the permit process and empowers Texas homeowners to install backup power at their homes. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dean.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dean.
This is a perfected amendment adds language requested by cities. It maintains current requirements that a professional not inspect their own work and expands to include master electricians. I move adoption.
Mr. Dean sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote is required for adoption. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes and 19 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Dean to close on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1202. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 112 ayes and 21 nays, SB 1202 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1198. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1198 by Birdwell, relating designation of spaceports as critical infrastructure facilities for purposes of criminal and civil liability.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if some of you know, out in West Texas, we have Blue Origin out in Van Horn that shoots rockets out into space. Senate Bill 1198 will designate our spaceports as critical infrastructure, just like we do our airports, military installation, and our pipelines. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales of Maverick.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick.
This is an amendment that perfects the language needed so that we can comply with the FAA requirements. It's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Morales sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. All those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morales of Maverick voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes and 13 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Morales of Maverick to close on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1198. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morales of Maverick voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes and 18 nays, SB 1198 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1212. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1212 by Paxton, relating to the prosecution and punishment for the offense of trafficking of persons, increasing a criminal penalty.
Chair recognizes Ms. Kerwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Texas has historically led the rest of the nation in anti-trafficking legislation. Unfortunately, Texas is now decades behind other states when it comes to across-the-board human trafficking penalties. When my constituent, Mary Wells, speaks about what happened to her daughter, Julia, it's heartbreaking. Julia was murdered 1 week before her senior prom by a known and convicted human trafficker who had 2 prior human trafficking charges and only received 6 months of probation. Mary and her husband, Chris, are up in the gallery and have joined us today. The tragic injustice that this family has endured is not an isolated case. Across Texas, traffickers are routinely receiving deferred adjudication, probation, or minimal jail time. These weak penalties create an environment where traffickers feel emboldened to exploit and abuse. Currently, human trafficking is a second-degree felony in Texas. with the offense increased to a first degree only under certain circumstances, such as if the trafficking results in a victim's death or if the trafficking victim was a child. SB 1212 elevates the penalty for human trafficking across the board to a first-degree felony where it is not already. The buying and selling of human beings as commodities must be treated as a severe crime that it is. This heinous crime demands real consequences and not a slap on the wrist. Thank you to all the law enforcement, prosecutors, survivors, legislators, and organizations that came together for this critical bill. We must pass SB 1212 out of the House to ensure safety for the great state of Texas. Today, we can bring Texas back to the forefront. We were the first to implement second-degree felony many years ago, protect all Texans, and put evil people behind bars. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1212. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Should Ms. Kerwin voting aye? Should Mr. Schatzline voting aye? Should Mr. Cook voting aye? Should Ms. Holt voting aye? Have all members voted? Should Mr. Raymond voting aye? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes and 0 nays, SB 1212 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1451. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1451 by Flores relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of stealing or receiving a stolen check or similar site order.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1451 addresses the rise in check theft and financial fraud that has surged substantially since the COVID-19 pandemic. Senate Bill 1451 targets those who traffic stolen checks, often through the dark web, and helps law enforcement better combat financial crimes, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1451. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Should Mr. Cook voting aye? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes and 38 nays, SB 1451 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1470. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1470 by Hughes relating to requiring the Department of Public Safety to share data for the purpose of maintaining the statewide voter registration list.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1470 helps to improve our voter data by allowing the Department of Public Safety to share driver's license data with the Secretary of State when a Texan moves out of state and obtains a license elsewhere. The data will help maintain accurate and up-to-date voter rolls. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question, please?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of questions. How will you make sure that the database that nobody is wrongfully taken off the voter rolls?
Well, so what happens is, as a Texan moves to another state, they go through the process of getting a driver's license. That information is provided back to DPS. So they've gone to another state, they got a new driver's license.
And so, but what are there any safeguards that are put in place to make sure that that people aren't wrongly taken off any of the voter rolls?
The DPS subscribes to multiple databases, so there are the database subscriptions that they purchase. There are some validation processes that they do go through.
Right. And are you making sure the Secretary of State is then doing maybe a second look at that to make sure they're not cross-referencing incorrectly?
No, specifically what this bill does is it provides for the DPS to update the Secretary of State when a Texan moves to another state and gets another driver's license.
Okay, so all I need to do is update, and then it's up to the Secretary of State to then make an appropriate decision.
That's accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You bet.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
All right, just following along with Representative Gonzalez's questions. So is the Secretary of State required to make the adjustments to the voter registration rolls based on the representation of DPS, or do they have to verify?
They're already required when they find that a citizen has moved to a different county or whatever. What happens is they send a notice to the individual that the adjustment has been made, and that gives that individual an opportunity to communicate if the information is inaccurate, if they have in fact not moved.
Okay, so it is not immediate. It's not automatic. There's still a verification process.
Well, once DPS gets the information from the other state, they provide that to the Secretary of State immediately. Then the Secretary of State notifies the county, and the county notifies the individual. So that's the step. So no, it's not immediate,
But there's still checks and balances in the entire process, because it's not just automatic, like flip the switch.
yeah, the individual gets this notice, and they're notified why they're being removed from the voter rolls.
Okay, and so I know, like, when you move to Texas, you have 30 days to update your driver's license if you have a license from another state. How do we know what the other state is doing if they have valid checks and balances in place, and the other state to rely on their data?
So we don't know what the other states are doing. We're just being notified that a Texan moved to another state and has a driver's license in that state.
Okay, and does this have anything to do with, like, the military, someone who's in the military? I don't know if people in the military get dual driver's license, or they can only have one license. I'm not sure how it would impact the military individuals.
Yeah, I can only explain how the bill works.
Well, no, I'm saying if you're in the military and you get two licenses, driver's license, but you're still maintaining your home in
Then the individual
Texas.
have an opportunity to rectify that when they receive notice.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. When we were talking about the Secretary of State having their own checks and balances, so that's why it's not automatic, because it could be a
Yeah,
situation.
you literally get it's usually like a one-page letter from the county saying this action is being taken, here's why, and you can reply if there's some type of issue. So the scenario that you're talking about might apply.
Okay, all right. That's what I wanted to make sure
Okay.
I understood how this worked. And again, it's just that DPS has to check. They have to proactively ask the other state.
No, the
Okay.
state's informing us.
And how are we going to make sure that the state tells us?
I'm sorry?
How, I may have missed that part. How do we know, like, what's going to make, say, for instance, Oklahoma tell us that somebody else registered there?
It's an arrangement that DPS has. So DPS subscribes to multiple databases already out there, so it's already in existence. So
Okay.
they receive information that somebody has a driver's license in another state. That's what this bill applies to.
Okay, so then that's why there's no fiscal note, because they can already
There's no
access
fiscal
the
note.
data, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Ms. Plisa, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the chairman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I'm happy to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Chairman Shaheen, we sit on elections together, right?
We sure do.
And on elections, I talk a lot about the fact that Texas left Eric, right?
I'm not fielding any questions about Eric. No, I'm just.
Well, it does pertain a little bit to Senate Bill 1470, because since we left Eric, we've had to piece by piece put together what Eric did, right? And that's an attempt that the SOS is trying to do with your bill. Isn't that correct?
I would say that's an accurate description, yes.
So basically, all we're trying to do with your bill is to ensure that we are keeping our voter rolls clean, and that anybody who lives in another state and has moved from that state to this state can register and legally vote in this state, and that registration in that former state is annulled, correct? I like this bill. I support it. I didn't support us coming out of Eric, but now that we have to piece everything together, I think this is a good bill, and I'll be voting for it. Thank you, Chairman.
Ma'am, I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1470. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Show Ms. Plisa voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 108 ayes and 28 nays, SB 1470 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1498. Chair recognizes Ms. Bettis of Harris. Excuse me, the clerk will read the bill first.
SB 1498 by Nichols relating to the civil asset forfeiture of digital currency of other similar property.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bettis of Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1498 establishes a clear definitions and procedures for the forfeiture of digital currency. This bill does not expand forfeiture powers, nor does it reduce existing protections, but gives law enforcement the necessary tools to combat financial crimes involving digital currency. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1498. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Ms. Pettis of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes and 44 nays, SB 1498 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 965. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 965 by Parker relating to the right of a public school employee to engage in religious speech or prayer while on duty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's my honor to bring in front of you Senate Bill 965. Members, in June of 2022, the United States Supreme Court ruled 6-3 in Kennedy v. Bremerton School District, finding in favor of a high school football coach, Joseph Kennedy, who sued the school district because his contract was not renewed in response to Coach Kennedy praying on the field immediately following games. Grounded in the Kennedy decision, this bill, Senate Bill 965, codifies the right of school employees to engage in personal religious speech or prayer while on duty. As established in the Kennedy decision, any infringement must be analyzed under strict scrutiny, requiring the infringement to be 1, necessary to further a compelling state interest, and 2, narrowly tailored, using the least restrictive means to achieve that compelling state interest. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs. Mr. Talarico, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 965 under House Rule 4, Section 32C1, on the grounds that the background and purpose statement in the bill analysis contains factual inaccuracies and is substantially and materially misleading.
Mr. Talarico, please bring your point of order down front.
Point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 965. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Mr. Louderback voting aye. They've all voted. There being 84 ayes, 52 nays, Senate Bill 965 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1547. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1547 by Zapparini relating to fees charged by county clerks for certain property records.
The chair recognizes Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1547 is a simple cleanup bill to SB 1612, which I sponsored last session. This bill would remove an additional charge for electronic copies of real property records, restoring the original intent of the law we passed last session. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage the third reading of Senate Bill 1547. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all voted. Have all voted. There being 139 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1547 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1667. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1667 by Zapparini relating to the procedures for the expunction of arrest records and files, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1667 would modernize the expunction process by making electronic service free to the filer and requiring state and local agencies to accept electronic service whenever possible. SB 1667 would establish a standardized $25 fee per entity for cases where electronic service is not available, ensuring a more predictable cost structure for petitioners. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage the third reading of Senate Bill 1667. This record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1667 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1818. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1818 by Hancock relating to the issuance of a license or provisional license to certain military service members, military veterans, and military spouses to engage in a business or occupation in this state.
Chair recognizes Lightning McQueenie to explain the bill. Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1818 fixes cumbersome licensing requirements for servicemen and their spouses. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1818. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. They've all voted. There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1818 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1902. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1902 by Nichols relating to the administration of the dealer-issued license plates database and to the removal and transfer of license plates.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1902 is a cleanup bill from the paper license plate bill passed last session. 1902 ties license plates to the individual rather than the vehicle. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1902. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. There being 138 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1902 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2129. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2129 by Johnson relating to the operation of vehicles at railroad grade crossings, increasing a criminal penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bojani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2129 protects railway employees and construction workers from dangerous drivers. The Senate bill passed unanimously in the Senate. And, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2129. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Show Mr. Schatzline voting nay. Have all voted. There being 108 ayes, 32 nays, Senate Bill 2129 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2078. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2078 by Colcourse relating the regulation of composting in certain counties, authorizing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerties.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 2078 prohibits depositing food waste collected under a municipal commercial food waste composting ordinance at a composting facility in a county without such an ordinance unless exempted. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2078. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 98 ayes, 42 nays, Senate Bill 2078 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2069. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2069 by Zaffarini relating to the establishment of a work group to conduct a study on the feasibility of implementing an acute psychiatric bed registry.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 2069 is a companion to House Bill 2711 by me. This bipartisan bill simply commissions a feasibility study of psychiatric bed registry in Texas. Over 25 states use this tool to publish the real-time availability of psychiatric beds, which allows providers to deliver care faster and improve access to treatment. This bill does not have a fiscal note, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2069. The record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vo voting aye. Have all voted? There being 83 ayes, 58 nays, Senate Bill 2069 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1737. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1737 by Huffman relating to the service retirement benefits payable by the Employees Retirement System of Texas to certain law enforcement officers and custodial officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1737 expands the LECO Supplement Fund membership to include those employees as correctional officers at TJJD and law enforcement officers for the Comptroller and the Attorney General. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1737. The record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 140 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 1737 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1589. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1589 by Hancock relating to the contact requirements for a contract between a single source continuum contractor and the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1589 would amend the Texas Family Code, allowing the Department of Family and Protective Services to assume case management responsibilities of a single source continuing contractor, in part or incrementally, as opposed to a full contract termination if consistent issues are present. There is a need for the department to respond to and expeditiously address concerns with case management performance, and this legislation will add a tool to the DFPS toolbox. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1589. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1589 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1318. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1318 by Shortner relating to restrictions on covenants not to compete for physicians and certain health care practitioners.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation will limit buyouts to no greater than a physician's annual salary at termination of employment. It limits the applicability of the non-compete to 1 year, and it sets geographic restrictions to be within 5 miles from the location where a physician practices medicine a majority of their time, and I have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
Dr. Bonin on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds language that reflect the changes that we made when this came through this chamber as a House bill. The amendment specifies that practicing medicine does not include a physician employed in an administrative role. It clarifies that other healthcare practitioners are covered by this legislation. Additionally, it ensures that a covenant not to compete is void and unenforceable against a physician if they are involuntarily discharged without good cause. And it also requires the covenants to be written clearly. I move adoption.
Dr. Bonin sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. Being 142 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1318. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1318 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 387. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 387 by Zaffarini relating to bond requirements for certain judges.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill addresses the personal liability for bonds for judges in guardianship cases, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 387. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 110 ayes, 31 nays, Senate Bill 387 is passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1150. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1150 by Middleton relating to the plugging of and reporting of inactive wells subject to the jurisdiction of the Railroad Commission of Texas, authorizing an administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill seeks to reduce the orphan well count by requiring inactive wells to be plugged within a certain period of time. And currently, there is no timetable for this, and this bill will provide that.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply puts the effective date back to 2027, but establishes clear guidelines for the Commission rulemaking by the end of 2026. And the amendment returns financial hardship exemption into the bill, but with strong and strict guardrails to ensure that the Commission has full authority and discretion to set up realistic standards when developing the compliance plan. And I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Darby sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Darby voting aye, Mr. Reynolds voting aye, Mr. Guerin voting aye, Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all voted. Being 141 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1150 is an important bill to try to deal with inactive oil and gas wells and to be sure there is a date by which wells that are inactive and no longer used or useful will be plugged and paid for by the industry that dug them. One of the most important parts of the bill is an annual report which the Texas Railroad Commission would produce every year on inactive wells with information which will be useful to operators, the public, and legislators. I support this annual report. My proposed amendment simply adds 2 additional points of information to the annual report. First, my amendment would add information about the failure rates of fluid levels and pressure tests that would be required by the agency for inactive wells. Disaggregated by years the well has been inactive and by location. And the second additional point would be the cost per foot to plug any inactive wells by the Railroad Commission District. This additional information will be useful to see how wells are performing on a required annual testing and how costly it is to plug inactive wells. Do costs differ by location? Do failure rates differ whether you are in West Texas or East Texas? Because Senate Bill 1150 requires an annual report, this added information can help us as policymakers. I move adoption.
Mr. Guerin in opposition.
Members, while this amendment might be a good amendment 2 years from now after the rules are set, we don't even know. It'll take 2 years for the Railroad Commission to get the rules together, and at that time would be the perfect time to look at this amendment. But right now, we don't even know where it would fit in the rules, and so I would ask you to vote no on the amendment.
Mr. Reynolds to close.
Members, I definitely respect Chair Garin, and I do understand where he's coming from, but I do think this information would be certainly helpful. We don't need to wait until 2 years to get this information. I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. Record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Garin voting nay. Show Mr. Leach voting nay. Show Mr. Darby voting nay. All voted. Being 56 ayes, 86 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Chair recognizes Mr. Garin to close on the...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1150. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 139 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 1150 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1574. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1574 by Zaffarini, relating to the Centers of Excellence programs developed by the Texas Judicial Council for certain justices and judges.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will codify the Centers of Excellence program initiated by the Texas Judicial Council. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1574. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. All voted. Being 104 ayes, 37 nays, Senate Bill 1574 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2127. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2127 by Zaffarini, relating to the assignment of certain retired and former judges and justices.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2127 would allow judges, retired judges who've served at least 6 years to be appointed visiting judges. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2127. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2127 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 3034. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 3034 by Betancourt, relating designation of a portion of the State Highway 249 in Montgomery and Grimes County as the Doug Pickock Aggie Expressway.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 3034 names a short segment of Highway 249, the Doug Pickock Aggie Expressway. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 3034. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 140 ayes, 2 nays, Senate Bill 3034 is passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 860. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 860 by Flores, relating to abolishing the Criminal Justice Legislative Oversight Committee.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this formally abolishes the Criminal Justice Legislative Oversight Committee, which has been inactive for over 20 years. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 860. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 137 ayes, 2 nays, Senate Bill 860 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1278. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1278 by Parker, relating the affirmative defense to the prosecution for victims of trafficking or persons or compelling prostitution.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill that we're not going to let the pimp off the hook. Those persons who have been trafficked and can prove that they were, we're going to give them the right of duress as a defense, and we're going to make sure we nail the pimp. I ask you to vote aye.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1278. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dean Thompson voting aye. Show Ms. Button voting aye. We've all voted. Being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1278 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 263. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 263 by Perry, relating to the computation of the cost of goods sold by television and radio broadcasters for the purpose of the franchise tax.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 263 clarifies that FCC licensed radio broadcasters may take the cost of goods sold into consideration when calculating franchise liability, similar to the TV broadcasters. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 263. The record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Button voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Have all voted. Being 130 ayes, 12 nays, Senate Bill 263 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 370. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 370 by Perry, relating the availability of certain personal information of a child, spouse, or surviving spouse of a current or former employee of the Office of the Attorney General or of a Public Defender Office.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, current confidentiality statutes contain lists of certain government employees that are allowed to exempt their name from public disclosure on state records and in property tax appraisals. Senate Bill 370 would allow all current and former employees of the Office of the Attorney General to use these confidentiality protections and also include the people from the Public Defender's Office. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 370. The record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 370 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 663. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 663 by Huffman, relating to the approval of the Community Supervision and Corrections Department Budget and Strategic Plan.
Chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently budgets for community supervision and correction departments must be approved by both the TDCJ, CJAD, and the judges who establish the department. These budgets are often incredibly complex and numerous, especially in larger counties like Harris County, and oftentimes pose a significant burden for judges around the state. Senate Bill 663 streamlines and makes more efficient this administrative process for CSCD budgets and strategic plans by removing the requirement that judges must formally approve them. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 663. Record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all voted. Being 121 ayes, 20 nays, Senate Bill 663 is passed to third reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair lays out Senate Bill 3 is a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 3 by Perry, relating to the regulation of consumable hemp products and the hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring a registration, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, and providing administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 3 till 6:15 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 924. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 924 by Hancock, relating to the entities that provide cable services or video services.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill has been worked on for an extended period of time, and we have the cities finally agreed to this, and this means that streaming video services that do not go through the cable companies the city cannot charge additional fees in order, so it won't be passed on to the consumers. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 924. Record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. We've all voted. Being 120 ayes, 13 nays, Senate Bill 924 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 987. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 987 by Betancourt, ruling to the subject matter jurisdiction of the criminal trial courts of this state over certain criminal actions.
Chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's currently uncertainty about whether civil review by the Texas Ethics Commission prevents a district attorney from pursuing a criminal case. Senate Bill 987 clarifies that criminal cases under the Election Code can proceed in trial court without first exhausting civil or administrative remedies with the Texas Ethics
Speaker.
Commission.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 987 under Rule 8, Section 1A on the ground that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure.
Please bring your point of order down front. Point of order is withdrawn. Mr. De Ayala for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recommit Senate Bill 987 to the Committee on State Affairs.
Members have heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1939. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1939 by Hinojosa Juan Chui relating to the Ship Channel Improvement Revolving Fund.
The chair recognizes Ms. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Ship Channel Improvement Revolving Fund was initially created for flexible, low-interest loans to deepen or widen congressionally approved ship channel projects. SB 1939 exempts the Ship Channel Improvement Revolving Fund from the General Revenue Fund so that its interest and earnings remain in the SCRF. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1939. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Ms. Kerwin voting aye. Ms. Morales Shaw voting aye. Have all voted. Being 115 ayes, 25 nays, Senate Bill 1939 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1937. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1937 by Hinojosa Hidalgo relating to the testing of evidence containing biological materials in capital cases.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill requires crime lab subject matter experts to be present during the required pretrial meetings to go over biological evidence in a capital case where the death penalty is sought. These experts will only act in an advisory role and will not be able to unilaterally throw away evidence. The judge still makes that decision in consultation with the prosecution and defense. This bill will save precious time, money, and scarce crime lab resources. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1937. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Morales Shaw voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all voted. Being 137 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1937 is passed to third reading. Senate Bill Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1598. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1598 by Hagenbu relating to the release of motor vehicle collision report information.
Chair recognizes Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that expressly allows law enforcement to continue using collision report information to solve crimes like human trafficking and child abductions. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1598. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Morales Shaw voting aye. Mr. Little voting aye. Have all voted. Being 138 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1598 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2798. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2798 by Creighton relating to certain statutes of limitation for criminal offenses, including the statute of limitations for certain fraud offenses.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2798 will extend the statute of limitations for certain fraud-related offenses from 3 years to 7 years because those offenses are inherently more difficult to discover. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2798. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Have all voted. Being 136 ayes, 1 nay, Senate Bill 2798 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2801. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2801 by Hughes relating to a permit issued by the Parks and Wildlife Department for certain hunting dog field trials for authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Members, SB 2801 allows a permit to be obtained from the Texas Park and Wildlife for a hunting dog field trial event. This permit would now include non-game fur-bearing animals along with pin-reared birds. Animals are not harvested at these events. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2801. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Show Mr. Have all voted. Being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2801 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 2580. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2580 by Hancock, relating the definition of a designated law enforcement office or agency for purposes of certain law governing the installation and use of trafficking equipment and access to certain communications.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schatzline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2580 allows more sheriff's departments across our state to have access to critical investigative tools that are already permissible under existing law. Currently, only Harris County qualifies for these tools due to a population threshold of 3.3 million. This bill simply lowers the threshold to counties of 500,000 or more, allowing the 12 largest county sheriff's departments to apply for court-authorized use of technology that will help them catch dangerous criminals. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2580. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. You've all voted. Being 135 ayes, 6 nays, Senate Bill 2580 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 2569. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2569 by Flores, relating to the reporting requirement for certain law enforcement agencies regarding the agency's use or operation of an unmanned aircraft.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 2569 modernizes DPS reporting requirements by simply requiring law enforcement agencies to post their drone usage reports to their public-facing website instead of emailing or printing the reports. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage the third reading of Senate Bill 2569. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 119 ayes, 21 nays, Senate Bill 2569 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 2514. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 2514 by Hughes, relating to establishing the Hostile Foreign Adversaries Unit at the Department of Public Safety and training prohibitions and reporting requirements designated to combat foreign influence and foreign adversary operations, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 2514 defends against hostile foreign adversaries by creating a specialized hostile foreign organizations unit within the Department of Public Safety. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage the third reading of Senate Bill 2514. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 122 ayes, 18 nays, Senate Bill 2514 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 2064. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2064 by Perry, relating to exemption from certain taxes imposed on the transfer of motor vehicle to a person from a descendant or a descendant's estate.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill removes the unnecessary tax imposed on the transfer of a motor vehicle to a person from a decedent's estate. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 2064. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 138 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2064 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 1940. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1940 by Hughes, relating to the authorizing a beneficiary designation that transfers a manufactured home classifies as personal property at the owner's death.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows owners to designate a beneficiary for a manufactured home to take effect at death, bypassing probate and permitting cost-effective succession. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1940. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Have all voted. There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1940 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 1621. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1621 by Huffman, relating the prosecution and punishment of certain criminal offenses, prohibiting sexually explicit visual material involving depictions of child, computer-generated children, or other persons creating criminal offenses and increasing criminal penalties.
Chair recognizes Ms. Fairley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Last session, Senator Huffman, she passed a bill that made it illegal to make, share, or have computer-generated images, essentially AI deepfakes. And what this bill is updating current statute to be sure that we are expanding the definitions to make sure that we're protecting all children who are victims of these AI deepfakes. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Fairley.
Chair recognizes Ms. Fairley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an amendment that limits the affirmative defense to only be for a judicial or law enforcement officer. I move adoption.
Ms. Fairley sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair is none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Fairley to close on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1621. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1621 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2601. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2601 by Blanco relating to the Border Crime Property Damage Compensation Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this expands eligibility of the landowner compensation program that we created last session to support ag landowners affected by border crime by allowing to lessees, by allowing compensation for improvements and soil restoration, and by adding additional protections for affected individuals. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2601. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2601 is passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1379. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1379 by Flores relating to increasing the criminal penalties for forgery.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1379 responds to a sharp rise in financial fraud, particularly check forgery, which has surged by 385% since the pandemic, often linked to organized international crime rings. Senate Bill 1379 gives law enforcement stronger tools to prosecute fraud and makes clear that Texas will not tolerate financial crimes, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1379. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 194 ayes, 47 nays, Senate Bill 1379 is passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1376. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1376 by Hughes relating to the supervision requirements of a code enforcement officer in training.
Chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill offers a common sense solution that supports understaffed communities without compromising public safety by allowing code enforcement trainees to work when no registered officer is available. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1376. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1376 is passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1372. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1372 by Hinojosa Vallago relating to the access of the crime laboratory portal.
Chair recognizes Mr. Louderback.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the second of the DPS bills from the Crime Lab. 1372 is a cleanup bill to give the Department of Public Safety more clarity in its protocol for access to the Crime Lab portal. The bill restores the original intent of the portal by aligning access procedures with the pre-existing discovery rules in Article 39, Code of Criminal Procedure, and simply gives DPS more appropriate guidance that will not interfere with the discovery process. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 1372. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All voted. Being 104 ayes, 35 nays, Senate Bill 1372 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1353. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1353 by Adam Hinojosa relating to the licensing and regulation of pilots in the jurisdiction of the Pilot Board of Navigation District located in Cameron County.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Senator Adam Hinojosa and Captain Urbanowski for their leadership and work, and obviously Chairman King wouldn't have been here without him. Senate Bill 1353 was voted out unanimously through our Senate Transportation and Senate and House Transportation Committees. It had no registered opposition and is supported entirely by our local entities and our local and state pilot groups. The bill creates a dedicated licensing and regulatory framework for Cameron County. It is bracketed to Cameron County, and this is the same framework that applies in all other parts of the state. We're just trying to create uniformity. Members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 1353. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Well voted. Being 107 ayes, 33 nays, Senate Bill 1353 is passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2216. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2216 by Hughes relating to security of election system equipment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Pearson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this is an election bill, and it's straightforward. All it does is it adds common sense safeguards to voting machines that must be locked and stored in rooms sealed with logs that track the access. The flash drives or memory cards must also be tied to specific polling locations to ensure a clear chain of custody. Nothing complex or costly, very simple, and ensures that every ballot is handled under consistent and transparent rules. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading of Senate Bill 2216. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting aye. Have all voted. Being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2216 is passed to third reading.
Chair lays out Senate Bill 3 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 3 by Perry relating to the regulation of consumable hemp products and the hemp-derived cannabinoids contained in those products, requiring a registration, imposing fees, creating criminal offenses, and providing administrative penalty.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we heard enough about SB 3 last night. I'm sure nobody wants to hear any more about it. There is an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And I won't belabor this. I've talked to Chairman King about it. Senator Perry is aware of this amendment as well. This has to do with the penalties for adults. Right, if we're going to do a ban, there's a lot of this stuff that's out there right now. People can have in their glove compartment. They're going to have it in their office. They're going to have it on their desk on the floor. And you don't want to, so JM knows. And so it's, sorry, I appreciate the levity, but the point is, you know, the enforcement of this needs to be stair-stepped. And so arresting someone right out for something that they bought at the corner store just a few months ago before this went into effect is really not the right way to stair-step in. So what we're going to do here with the adults is stair-step them the way we did with the juveniles as well. And so if they have successive convictions, they're going to be subject to jail, they're going to be subject to fines, but we're going to stair-step that up as this ban is implemented. And the amendment's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Moody sends an amendment. It's accepted to the author. Is there objection? Is there? All right. There is objection. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Mr. King voting aye, Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye, Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 107 ayes, 30 nays. The amendment is adopted. All right. Any member wish to speak on, for, or against? Ms. Wiener in opposition. Mr. Tallarico in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is insane. We are about to vote on a complete and total ban on all THC products in the state of Texas. This legislature legalized hemp 6 years ago, but instead of regulating this booming industry in our state, we are now going backwards to the days of prohibition. This bill is not going to stop Texans from smoking weed or eating edibles just because a bunch of politicians in Austin tell them not to. Texans will still use THC, but instead of getting it safely from a local small business, they'll now get it from the black market, from the drug cartels. This ban is a gift to the cartels. You know, I am in favor of keeping these products out of the hands of minors. Yes, we should end deceptive marketing tactics. Yes, we should keep smoke shops away from schools, but this draconian bill doesn't do any of that. We are now telling full-grown adults how to live their lives. This is the nanny state at its worst. This is big government at its worst. I thought the Republican Party believed in limited government and personal responsibility. I thought the Republican Party believed in liberty and freedom. What gives us the right to tell an adult what to do on their own time? We are now about to throw Texans in jail for seeking relief that's safer than alcohol and less addictive than tobacco. Last year, there were nearly 200,000 tobacco-related deaths in the United States. There were nearly 500,000 alcohol-related deaths in the United States, and there were no documented cases of THC-related deaths. So why is this legislature not banning alcohol, not banning cigarettes? Because we trust Texans to live their own lives. Our job is to make people's lives easier, not harder. Instead of fully funding schools, expanding access to health care, lowering costs of childcare, this legislature is focused on banning a product that gives people a little peace. Texans use THC to lessen anxiety. Seniors use it to manage chronic pain. Our veterans use it to treat PTSD. With this ban, we are now making people's lives harder, not easier. I want to leave you with a quote. It is time to end needless arrests and incarcerations of adults for small amounts of marijuana for personal use. We must also implement smart regulations while providing access for adults to safe, tested products. That wasn't a Democrat. That was President Donald Trump. To my Republican colleagues, I'm asking you to oppose the cartels, stand with President Trump, and vote no on this insane bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Rodriguez Ramos.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I don't normally rise to talk about cannabis or THC, but I couldn't stay silent. Working Texans are watching right now. They've called your offices. Go anywhere on social media and you'll see it. You'll see what they're saying. People are pissed, and rightly so. Since 2019, Texans have had the freedom to manage their own pain and recreate safely with THC. We've seen the benefits across our state. Small businesses in big cities and small towns have thrived because of their ability to offer a low concentration version of a product that's already legal for 74% of Americans. Every single one of those small businesses will shut their doors if we pass this bill. One of my constituents, Jennifer, a single mother and an owner of a hemp business in Garland, has no idea for the first time in her life how she will pay her mortgage, what she'll tell her employees, what she'll tell her children when she has to close the doors as a result of this ban. Working families will be hit even harder. We live in a state that is, because of our policy decisions, the highest uninsured state in the nation, because we have chosen not to expand Medicaid, leaving millions of working poor without health care. And as we watch Donald Trump and Republicans in Washington right now, this very second, pushing their big, beautiful effort to strip away for millions more, we know that it's only going to get worse for Texas families. It is because we live in a state that has chosen to cast aside the sick and the poor, that working families have to self-medicate, and thank God they have THC available to medicate because we're living through an opioid crisis. But what we're saying with this ban to those families is we don't care about you. You're on your own. We won't give you the care you need, and we'll ban you from making your own decisions and having the tiniest shred of relief. To my Republican colleagues, this is a bipartisan issue. There are 322 pages of testimony online right now for many of your districts. Don't take my word for it, but these are a couple of quotes. Leah from Liverpool in Southeast Texas testified, "This essentially guts medical cannabis, turns good people into criminals, and brings grave harm to innocent people. These products will become unattainable, and my disability will only increase. This is wrong. The people of the state have made their voice clear, but it has become obvious our government is no longer conservative, and Texas has become a nanny state." Or Jill from Marfa in West Texas testified, "My mom was born and raised in Texas, and so I decided to open my first business in Marfa. My store employs 2 people full-time locally. As you know, good jobs can be difficult to come by in Texas. Over the last year, I've invested about $300,000 directly into West Texas to open this small business. If SB 3 is passed, I will have to close my store in Marfa and move my hemp business to another state. Texas jobs will be lost, and Marfa, a community with about 1,600 residents, will get another empty storefront." Now to my Democratic colleagues, the same is true. Our grassroots supporters are watching closely, possibly more closely to this than most else we've done this session. We've heard a lot of talk from the other side of the aisle about the Republican platform, but our platform, which dozens of Texas Democrats poured hours of blood, sweat, and tears to draft, explicitly calls for the legalization and regulation of cannabis. If you vote for this bill, you're in direct opposition to our platform and our values. So the grassroots are watching, and let me be clear, they will remember this when primary season comes around next year. This is a simple vote, members. Texas businesses do not want a ban on THC. This is a ban on 50,000 jobs held by working families across the state. It's a ban on $8 billion in annual tax revenue. This is a simple vote, members. Texas families do not want a ban on THC. They don't want a return to prohibition. They don't want a nanny state, and they don't care about individual deals that we may have cut in exchange for votes on this bill. From rural Lubbock to the city of Dallas, Texans want the freedom to live their lives how they want, relax the way they want, and self-medicate safely the way they want. Texans are watching. Texans will remember. Listen to them. Please join me in opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, my fellow members, look, I was prepared to support Chair King's bill yesterday before it was gutted. I think many of us were, and not just because of the hard work the Chairman and State Affairs Committee put into this bill, and I do want to thank Chair King for working with me on an amendment yesterday that he was willing to accept prior to his bill changing. So I really appreciate that. But we were prepared to support it because there is a lot on the line here. And this new version of the bill puts too much in jeopardy. An all-out ban of a consumer product done hastily via late-night legislating isn't the type of transparency that we should necessarily be proud of. And it's certainly not what our constituents expect of us. Texas deserves better than this bill. Our state's ability to compete with our neighbors in an emerging market just sank. This means the innovation, the investment, the human capital, and the hard work that went into building this industry will be gone very soon. That doesn't sound like Texas to me. And again, Texans deserve better than this bill. There were many businesses that self-regulated when this legislature failed them because we have more ethical small business owners in the hemp industry than unethical ones. A stellar example of one of these business owners who have self-regulated up until this point is the Velez family from my district. They operate Oak Cliff Cultivators, which is a family and veteran-owned business. In the absence of regulation, they self-regulated because they knew their business owed a responsibility to the community they served. That's what responsible business owners do. So while some folks have used this issue and debate to demonize the hardworking people in this industry, I want to make sure that it isn't lost on all of us here that there are ethically owned and operated businesses that just want to do right by their communities they serve, and not those business owners are having hard conversations to determine how they're going to move forward. Look, and I'm just going to plug in here that I was just having a conversation with my mouth fellow that we have gotten so many phone calls by constituents since last night of folks crying because they're about to lose their job, and they don't know what they're going to do next, and that's heartbreaking. Tens of thousands of jobs will be slashed and made illegal very, very soon, and this means thousands of Texas families will take a major financial hit. This means vacated storefronts will now turn into eyesores. Your constituents will remember the storefront that used to run in that vacant building, but soon it's going to serve as a premium loitering zone where kids can really get into trouble. That doesn't sound like Texas to me, and again, Texas deserves better. This means self-medicating will happen in the shadows for those who can't afford quality health care that all of us here benefit from. Instead of folks being able to purchase hemp from a licensed, inspected, legally compliant retailer when they're suffering from chronic pain but can't afford to see a doctor, they will turn to what is accessible and cheap, like counterfeit and stolen opioids sold on the street with a higher likelihood of it being made with traces of fentanyl, something that this body has talked about trying to eliminate here in the state. Again, this is not what Texans deserve. This means, too, the overcriminalization of people who possess hemp products with any amount of THC. And for the folks keeping score at home, this means up to a year in jail for a simple possession, a harsher penalty for possessing up to 2 ounces of marijuana. Unfortunately, this does sound like Texas, a state notoriously for disproportionately penalizing, arresting, locking up people who look like me and a lot of other members in this room, and my friends in the legislative, Black Caucus and MALC, but just in this room in general. While Texas continues to norm, Texas still deserves better than this bill. For the people who work in this industry and the people who depend on it to live their daily lives, I'm sorry that this legislature has again failed you. For any of you watching or listening at home, remember this moment. I urge every member in this room to do the right thing by Texas and vote against this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
would the lady yield for questions?
Generally yield for questions?
I yield.
She yields for questions.
Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, did you know that in the last 5 years, there's been thousands of stores opened around the state to sell the product that is now currently legal?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And did you know that there are thousands of people who have dumped their life savings and taken out massive loans in order to open these stores?
Yes, and as a small business owner myself, I can't imagine what they're going through right now.
And in one stroke, this body is going to snatch their dreams away and take away their business.
Take
Is
away
that
their
correct?
business, and people are going to lose their jobs.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if people lost their life savings, lost their business, or lost their jobs, if they're angry, do you think a good thing for them to do would be to run for office?
I would hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Garcia. Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise today torn because I believe in regulation, but I also believe in justice. Chairman Oliverson, I know that he has a good heart. I know he's a physician, but he's asking people to quit THC cold turkey, and that ignores the reality of addiction. Tough love doesn't cure trauma, and you can't treat addiction with a prison cell. This amendment turns survival into a felony. It says if you can't afford a doctor or health insurance, your only option is to become a criminal. Texas has one of the highest uninsured rates in the country. So for many people, the compassionate use program might as well not exist. And I take this personally. My father and my uncle were both Marines. They both served this country. They came home different and both died by suicide. PTSD killed them. The system failed them. And now we're doing it again. We, the Texas legislature, opened the door to medical cannabis, and now we're slamming it shut. We created this space, and now that it's complicated, we're choosing punishment instead of progress. And let's not forget, thousands of Texans started businesses because the state of Texas invited them to. We helped create an economy around hemp and low THC products, and now we're saying, never mind, we're closed for business. That's just unfair, and it's devastating. Regulation saves lives. Criminalization ruins them. We cannot arrest our way out of addiction. We cannot legislate our way out of trauma. And I want to be clear, the calls, emails, and messages to my office have been overwhelmingly against a total ban. I believe my constituents in House District 147 are not outliers. They're the reflection of what Texans are on this issue. Chairman King's version is gone. This is what's left, and it's nearly a total ban. I'm asking you to vote no. Vote no on the criminalization of pain. Vote no on turning the poor and sick into felons. Please vote no. Thank you.
Mr. King to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? It's Kerwin voting aye. Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 54 nays. Senate Bill 3 is finally passed. Members, we're going to take up one item on the items eligible calendar, and then the speaker's desk will be clear. Chair recognizes Representative Anchia for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to grant the request of the Senate to appoint a conference committee on Senate Bill 1833.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on Senate Bill 1833. Anchia, Chair. Buckley, Johnson, Leach, Moody.
Members, Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez for an announcement.
Mr. Speaker, members, I just wanted to quickly remind you that this Saturday we'll be coming together, not as Republicans, Democrats, but as Americans, bound by the shared respect for those who laid down their lives so that we may continue to live in liberty. We're going to have families of fallen soldiers with us this Saturday at 10 a.m. here in the House chambers. Chairman Hefner and other members of the Veterans Caucus wanted to invite you to please be here this Saturday morning for our Memorial Day ceremony at 10 a.m. here in the chambers. We want to have a full chambers, a full house to show the support we have for for our fallen soldiers on this Memorial Day weekend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The following resolutions on first reading and referral, the clerk will read the resolutions.
HR 155 by Martinez Fisher designating San Antonio as a military capital city as a 10-year period ending in 2035. Refer the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee of Colocal and Consent Calendar. HR 154 by Craddock, HR 1303 by Flores, HR 1304 by Darby, HR 1305 by Moody, HR 1306 by Moody, HR 1307 by Manuel, HR 1308 by Rodriguez Ramos, HR 1309 by Orr, HR 1310 by Cunningham, HR 1311 by Rodriguez Ramos, HR 1312 by Cunningham, HR 1313 by Darby, HR 1314 by Busey, HR 1315 by Martinez Fisher, HR 1316 by Martinez Fisher, HR 1317 by Orr, HR 1318 by Flores, HR 1319 by Troxclair, and HR 1320 by Reynolds.
Mr. King moves that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. Friday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned.